And we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 2 of AsyncAPI conference. I hope I'm audible enough and everybody can hear me properly. I hope. And I also hope that you enjoyed those who joined us yesterday, and I hope that you enjoyed the talks and you found everything valuable. And yes, so today we have some jam-packed talks today from industry experts and to individual contributors as well. And by the way, my name is Tuli, and I'll be headlining today's conference and today's talks for the first half of the day. So, without further ado, let's get to our first talk of the day. We have Abby here with our first speaker of the day. He'll be talking to us about my journey from contributor to a TSC member at Async API. Abby is here with me backstage. Are you ready to come on stage? You can just wave your hand. Okay, perfect. I'm bringing you up.
Hi,
Hey, Abby, how are you doing?
I'm all good. How are you?
I'm perfect, thank you. How has been your day so far?
Yeah, so far it's good. I was working and I'm really excited for the session today. Like how it's, I'm really excited to see the questions and what are things going to happen. Yeah, I'm so much excited. Fingers crossed.
I'm also looking forward to your talk as well. Would you
Yeah.
like us to would you like to say anything before we start playing your talk?
Yeah, the talk is not too much technical. It will be taking forward through my journey, how I started, and it will be benefiting most of them, those who are just getting started with the things and they're beginner in the open source. So make sure that you take most out of the session. Keep a note if keep a notepad. If I say an important point, just note it down. It may help you out. So this talk is mostly designed for beginners, students, and those who are just getting started in open source.
Okay, perfect. And
Yeah.
if you have any questions for Abby, you can send them through. Then we'll ask Abby at the end of the talk. So let's get right to it.
Hello, I'm Abir, a front-end software engineer at Certa and a computer science graduate from 2022 batch. I'm also one of the mentees at Async API Mentorship Program 2022. Today, I'm really excited to present my journey from a contributor to an incoming TSC member at Async API. So let's get this started. So it was back in early 2020 when Souvik and me were exploring open source and trying to learn things like which are not usually taught in any traditional educational institutions. So we were exploring about how to build WebSockets because that time we were building a chat application and we were quite curious about the technology behind WebSockets and how it works, how the sending events and how the receiving events, how it completely works. So that with the global search on GitHub, trying to search about different organizations. Remember, we searched on GitHub, not on Google. So we searched on GitHub, and that's how we landed on Async API, and that's how like we started exploring it out. So initially, it was the logo that catch me out. Okay, this is something interesting, looks interesting, and let's explore this out. So as we got to know more about the open source culture, we were really impressed by it. Okay, this is where I want to be part of. So there's the decision was taken that let's be part of Async API, and we'll never miss any GitHub discussion or anything around Async API that's happening in the organization. So with time passed, we explored different things. It took us time to know the things. For me, it was around like 6 months to know about what is a specification file, how it works, how bundler works, so many things. It's not just putting up the time. It's just about learning things, then researching. A lot of things was going on side by side. So with this, we got finally a project known as Async API CLI. This Souvik started this project. He's the owner and the maintainer of this project. So when the MVP was ready to use, Souvik and other contributors were also helping him to make this project up and running. So when the MVP was ready, we thought about building out the like missing features for CLI, and I took the responsibility for building out some missing features for CLI. For example, built a spec watcher. So spec watcher is a flag which actually runs on any commands, existing commands, or any upcoming future commands in the async API CLI. So it's a flag. The core responsibility was to enhance the developer experience of the CLI, where one can check about real-time validations or whatever the command that has been run. Suppose you have a spec file and you change it to something, and you have to rerun the command again to know the what are the changes that has been done and what is the new change working or not. So this real-time flag or watching flag helped me to help to run the validations, or it can be any such command in a real-time way, that okay, if you have changed anything, it will notice the change. Okay, this has been changed, let's run the validation again. This can be optimized in more fashion way, like we can have more kind of optimizations in this. That's how the future task, but that's how the whole spec watcher flag started. And during that time I was completely new to the things about CLI, how things work, and I took a chance there, a risk to know the things, because this was going to be used by tons of users of Async API. So that was the main reason that I was a bit nervous also. But yes, I want to thank Matthew Abansett for his timely reviews and on the Spec Watcher PR. He has been a great mentor for me, has been guiding me on how to design code and how to write a beautiful code, like which can run on millions of users. So that's how, like, the things you need a great mentor to be a great engineer. So that's what I believe. So for me, Matthew Abansett, great mentor for me, and I'm really happy to have him. So time passed quickly, and I was discussing with Matcha about his idea on error interfaces. So how this idea of error interfaces arrived. So we were actually thinking about we had different number of async API tools. So what we wanted to do was have a common error interface for all of them, because right now what we are having is, suppose we have a parser API, and parser API is having his own error interface, like to manage all the errors in the parser API. Whereas server API is also having its own interface for managing it. Even the CLI also has its own interface. Even the generator also has the same different interface. So we have different, like the responsibility of the code is same to manage the errors, but we are using it in 4 different ways. So why not have a common error interface known as async API problem? And let's try to solve this. So this was the gist of the problem that we wanted to solve. So we discussed it, and I got to know that after discussing it, it plays a really vital role in software development lifecycle. That organization needed one such tool, because as we scale and as we grow, the community grows. We have tons of developers working out, right? So there should be something that is very like centralized, like especially the error interfaces. So it's easy to debug whenever something happens and any incident occurs. So it is also helps to do the root cause analysis for any incidents in shortest time as possible. So with this basic idea of error interfaces, I took a challenge with Matche to build this out. And one such opportunity that Async API has given me about the Async API mentorship program. So, and I was waiting for the mentorship applications when it will start. And we are continuously discussing how we'll progress about it and what are the different structures in the issue itself, in the issue comments. So the voting happened for the ideas, and our idea was in. So you can see that we were happy here that our idea is in, and I was a mentee at Async API. So it was like quite hard to give it a creative name for the whole repository. So for now, we decided to give it a very simple and self-explanatory name, Async API Problem Repository. It's in my personal GitHub. It's public only. Matthew and me are building it out, and we will be discussing more about this in the February month, about how to integrate it with different tools, and it will be ready for different tools integration. So at Async API, one thing I have realized is it's really important to maintain the tools and improve them with time. Hence, we decided to make this error interface as a pluggable error interface, which can be used across the organization. So that's what the main idea, that building something which is impacting whole organization in a positive way. And also it will reduce the time for a developer to find RCAs or anything like that. So where the problem repository will impact, initial features like of this error interface will be incrementally added to parsers repository, server repository, async API CLI, and generator. Like in the whole async API organization, even if you want to have your own project, you can use that error interface, own project in the sense of async related to async API. And it will be done effectively by Q1 of 2023. And I also want to thank my project mentor again, Matche, for helping me out to think about the box and build software that serve the need of your surroundings, right? So that's what I learned from this whole mentorship and my journey, and that's how my journey started and it's still going on. With this problem repository merging to Async API, I'll be holding one of the core responsibilities in the world of open source, that is being a TSC member at an organization. So that's something I'm really excited about, and this will be a major contribution to the world of open source and event driven architectures. So once again, thank you everyone for having the session, and thank you so much.
That was fantastic, Abby. It's good to hear about your journey and how you're making an impact during the mentorship program. Are you ready to come on stage? Okay, perfect.
Hi.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. So we have a first question. What impact does contributing to open source have on your career? That's the first question we have today.
So when I was interviewing, I showed the PR of the whole PR of this error interface to my interviewer, and it was like, okay, the HR round is clear. You are going, you are going to good to go. We have all the team fitting round done. So my interviewer was really impressed with me. Like I'm already contributing to open source, and that's how I got my first job, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how it has impacted me, like initially. And then afterwards, even like with the mentorship, as the mentorship started, I became more good at doing programming and thinking like before just writing code. I just think like, okay, how this will be approached and how the designer should be like, because engineering is not just about coding, it's about designing a proper well implemented solution.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think the skill I have been gaining from this whole mentorship. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any other questions that the audience would like to ask Abby? Okay, I also have a question.
Yeah.
So for anyone who wants to be an Async API Swag ambassador, how do they go about it?
So I guess you have to directly talk to Lucas for swag ambassador. So yes, I am really curious about the swags that is going to come to me now.
Yes, you should encourage everyone to come and contribute to Async API, join the community, and you never know, you can be a swag ambassador like Abby. You never know. Anyway, before we wrap up, would you like to say something?
Yes, I will say that don't just follow the traditional ways of getting a job or doing something that is meaningful to the society. Because right now, this is like we are students and we know there are things, we have to get a job and all this. Apart from that,
Mhm.
think about what you are doing, what's the role in your life, how you are affecting, like how putting impact in the society as an engineer. So that should be your end goal in your mind, and try to do creative things, not just like it can be in your daily routine or be it contributing to open source. This will help you to grow. This is what I wanted to convey to my to the audience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Abby. And like Abby said, if you're a student, start contributing to open source before you get into the workforce. This will also be beneficial for you, especially when it comes to experience as well. Thank you so much, Abby, for giving us a valuable talk. And I hope the audience found valuable insights from your talk. Thank you. All right. So if you have any questions for Abby, you can send through Slack and we can forward them to you as well. So we are quickly going on a short break. We'll be back at 12:40 for our second talk. Thank you so much. And we are back. I hope you had a lovely break. So, on our next talk, we have it's titled From Discovery to Implementation Using the Async API Ecosystem for Event Driven Architecture, presented us by Hugo. I hope you find this talk informative. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us live today, but I hope you will find it valuable. And sit back, relax, and let's get right to it.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to this session. I really hope that you're enjoying the conference so far and that you can stay with me the following minutes so we can go over this interesting topic. This session is from discovery to implementation using the Async API ecosystem. In the following minutes, as I was telling you, we're going to go over the different elements of an EDA that can be of help from the Async API initiative with their tooling and with their ecosystem. So let's get started. Okay, first, let's do some introductions. My name is Hugo. I'm part of the developer advocacy team in Red Hat, and I'm specialized in APIs and messaging. I do like to travel. I like to travel to get some very interesting food, history about the place where I'm traveling and such. So I will have loved to be able to join all of you in Barcelona, but well, I hope next year we can do it. I'm a Mexican, currently based in Massachusetts in the United States. And here is some information about my Twitter account if you want to follow us or you just want to get some more information of what we are covering today, or you just want to have some links to the YouTube channels, to the different blog posts that we have, you can certainly follow us there. Let's talk about the first interesting topic. So the thing we're going to be covering today is EDA, or event-driven architecture. And the interesting thing here is that we have been doing EDA for a very long time. It's now embraced because of the new distributed architecture and microservices that are being the norm in cloud computing. But we have been doing EDA for a long time. So since the beginning, when we were just working with mechanical computers, there was interruptions, and those were events that need to be captured and being able to respond upon that. So this is basically the core center of what EDA is. And we can see this in this diagram. So we have a consumer and a producer. Each one of those needs to be able to exchange information or exchange data, events, messages from the producer that is, sending the information, as well as the consumer that is supposed to be the target that will be receiving the information. So there's one of the challenges that we have with traditional REST APIs is that both the producer and the consumer, or the client and the server, need to be online at the same time and be able to then communicate, establish a connection, communicate, exchange information. However, there's some limitations. It's like, okay, what happens if I don't have connectivity, or if I just need to be able to send information later, and so on. And this is where the pattern of store and forward becomes very useful. And to implement this pattern of store and forward, we need this middle piece of the architecture that allows us to delegate the delivery of the message or the event from the producer to the consumer. So basically, we have a synchronous communication between the publisher and the message broker, where they send the information, and then the message broker takes ownership of the message, and then it's in charge of delivering that event, that message, to the different consumers that will be listening, or that will be interested in receiving those messages. So there's a lot of different type of consumption patterns for the messages, where you have events that can be discarded, events that needs to be delivered to a specific consumer, events that needs to be able to stay for a longer time in case that the consumer wants to replay them, wants to reread them, receive those, and such. But the basic is still there. We have this middle element in the architecture that it's a broker or the boss that takes ownership of managing and delivering those messages to one consumer, multiple consumers, and such. And this piece, it's also interesting because there's a different type of pieces that implement this pattern. So if you have been doing mainframe, you have been doing other type of architecture, you certainly have been facing the concept of queues and the concept of topics, available in all these brokers, right? From Kafka, that's the owner topic replayable events. IBM and Q has been forever. ActiveMQ, Rabbit, Solace has a lot of work been doing on PubSub as well as Google, Nats, Redis. That originally was more on the cache side, to also implement events and so on. So you can find a lot of different software that it's implementing this concept of the broker or the boss. And this is important because there's different type of protocols. There's also different type of implementations on how to handle this pattern. And this makes it a little bit more complicated than just, having an HTTP connection. But let's go a little bit more on down with the history. So in the beginning, as I was saying, we have been doing EDA for a long time. In the beginning, most of the EDI was done within one single team or one single organization. So the need for external access to our topics or queues was really more like limited space, or it was easy to control who were accessing to those queues and topics. So, sending them over a PDF file with all the different information on the endpoints, the security, and the payload that will be received on those queues and topics was, something easy in there. But then in the other side, and in the next room, people were doing REST APIs. They started to be able to use them externally and share with partners, and API economy started, and we have now them be able to expose our APIs publicly and be able to socialize them, to be able to get information and feedback around this. So this certainly made them have to react and create a crafted ecosystem that allows them to make that easier than before. So for that is that they start to create things like open API specification and such. And in the EDA world, we really stayed on our line, and we're just looking at what is going on in the other aspects. And until we started to be faced with consumers trying to access our events and getting the notion of and the benefits of EDA and how to consume them in the broader scope. So that's why we started to work on something like the AsyncAPI initiative that will be trying to address the ecosystem around APIs on EDA and event-driven. And this is how the initiative started with the specification. So the specification started to basically be a way to implement something similar to the OpenAPI specification, but for event-driven architecture. So if you're coming from REST API world, you will certainly see that the specification is very similar. It's sharing a lot of information regarding servers, security, paths, consumption, and payload, for example. It's very clear that the payload is one of the interesting and most important things about our API. So the initiative started with the specification and how to be able to implement that and create that. But when working with things like specification, schemas, things like that, you certainly need a way to be able to validate them, to work around them, and this is where the initiatives start to switch, not just from the specification as a document, but also around the tooling that will help us to manage, interact, and work with that specification. So the initiative went broader and started to work on this tooling from editor, parsers, generators, and things like that. So the idea is that all this ecosystem and all these toolings within the specification initiative or from other vendors or from other open source projects can broader and can help you to deal with your APIs. And this is why we have the API lifecycle. You know that when you are working with specification, where you are working with APIs, we have this infinitive loop that tells us that we need to go from a certain continuum of delivering our APIs, being able to consume them and such. So it's basically a life cycle, a process for that. In REST API, it's a little bit more mature. The EDA side is perhaps a little bit more complex within what we can do right now with the current state of the art. So we still are able to do design of your API. You can still do things like mocking or testing of your API. You can then implement the server side for certain kind of bindings or certain kind of elements of the broker that allows you to implement how you're going to be handling the interaction with your consumers and producers. But also there's the part of the socialization of your API. So how you do discovery, how you do socialization of your APIs, how do you implement the developer portal and such, in a way that then you can enable other developers and other applications to be able to consume your API. So we will be able to then take these different stages and phases of the API lifecycle, from design, mock, testing, implementation, all the way to the consumption of your API. So let's start with some of the examples. So if you are doing the design, there are different ways to get started, right? So when we're talking about the design and contract first approach, we say that, okay, we will first create the contract, define what is the expected workload, the expected points, but no one single line of code needs to be written at this time. And for that, there are different tooling that can help us with that. So there is things like the AsyncAPI Studio is part of the initiative. There are other open source solutions like Apikurio, a studio that also have the opportunity to be able to design your API following a form-based approach. Swagger Hub also has support for AsyncAPI. And this is when you're doing, like I was saying, the design first approach. But in the case that you are already trying to craft your event-driven API from a current existing instance, for example, you already have a Kafka broker that is receiving and sending events, then you can use things like the Solace event agent that can be used to get a discovery of the different topics that are available in your Kafka cluster, also the kind of events that are flowing through those topics, and then being able to auto-generate an AsyncAPI document from that information, and then so you can get the definition of that. So there's other different type of toolings. This is just an example. You can certainly explore them further and see how they can fit if you're doing either design first approach or code first approach, where you just want some annotations on your code and being able to generate the specification. As I was saying, if you're starting from code, you can go with the Go Java Sync API. You can see the example. You can just add annotations to your code, and then the plugin can read those annotations and then be able to automatically generate the specifications. You can expose that. Springwall Event Bridge Atlas also allows you to do the same for AWS Event Bridge. So there are more of those that allows you to get an existing code and implementation, and then being able to generate the specification for you. If we are talking about mocking and testing, well, there are other different tools that also benefit from the AsyncAPI specification when you define examples in the specification, and then you are able to mock these, create these mock servers that will be automatically generating payloads so you can try your consumers and be able to receive that information. So you have things like macros, and also you have virtual LAN, multi-API converter. Spectra also helps you to do testing. Macros also do a little bit of testing based on the contract, so it can check if the generated event or from your producer is really in sync or in line with the expected schema and specification from your AsyncAPI. So there's a way to then be able to parallelize, being able to mock your APIs while your team's working on the implementation. Your consumers can start to work with those and see how they are receiving events through the different bindings and such. For testing, you can also do not only testing of the actual topic, but also topic or queue or endpoint, but also you can do some kind of testing of the AsyncAPI, like doing some linking. So Spectral is one of the tools that help you to validate that your AsyncAPI generated it has been tested along some certain rules, and validate that everything it's according to what is expected from that AsyncAPI. So when we talk about socialization, there's different ways to share your API. So you can go to public directories like APIs Guru or API Tracker, there, or you can submit your information and you can see what available endpoints or specifications are already available. These are not as 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 common or popular as some other REST API directories, but well, this is a way to get started. This is only if you want to go public and you really want to expose or consume, somebody else's documents. But also you can go internally, and if you want to just socialize and share your APIs with other members within the same organization, you can deploy on-premise toolings like the API Courier Registry or your own developer portal, where you can then publish the AsyncAPI specification, and then being able to use some toolings to automatically download and generate, stubs or source code from those APIs. So you can also do internal or external type of socialization of your APIs. Now, let's talk about consuming. And this is perhaps where you will be spending most of the time, or where you have been, seeing a lot when talking about the ecosystem for AsyncAPI. Most of the times it is because you already are being provided with an AsyncAPI specification document, and then you want to consume, or you want to connect to the service and being able to start interacting with that. So that's why most of the times you will be hearing about this specific step in the life cycle, when you are able to consume and get really the benefits of the API owner that is exposing this event-driven API. And there are different projects and different applications that allows you to get started with this. So the first one is part of the AsyncAPI tooling. It's the generator. There's an option to be able to run an application that will take the specification, analyze the different content that is available on the specification, and then generate a template, a stop, or some basically sample code that allows you to get started with your business logic. So basically adds the libraries required for your application, starts the code, set up the connection, perhaps the configuration for the connectors that you will be using depending on the language, depending on the different libraries that you're using. And this is where there's a lot of work being happening. Obviously, there's other vendors that are also implementing something similar to generate code from different applications. And some of them are, for example, for specific solutions like a Node-RED plugin that allows you to take a specification and being able to start crafting on a more visual way. So multi-API generator, there's another option that allows you to generate your code. And if you're going to develop for a specific type of languages like C++, there's also generators that allows you to do that. So you will find a lot of information. It's one of the easiest way to get started, to be able to, scaffold a lot of the code, bootstrap it, and avoid having, create all of these kinds from your own. There's a lot of libraries for different languages that are already available. Okay, so we went over the different concepts of the ecosystem of the API lifecycle of what is an EDA. The important thing here, this is what I really want you to have as a takeaway, is even though we think about Sync API as just the specification or just the contract or just the definition of how we are going to be documenting our event-driven APIs, it is more than that. It's a whole ecosystem that it's growing and that it's vibrant and where you can participate. That in a way that you will be able to create this tooling, to be able to use that, to give feedback on that, and that it's under either the domain of the AsyncAPI initiative, the team that is working with them, or you can also see that there's other vendors that are also having a lot of projects that are being open source, where you can go check them out, see if there is something that is working for you, and also you can contribute to those projects back through just raising an issue, being able to do sample PR and such. The idea is that when you're working with event-driven architecture, you are not alone. There's this Sync API that will certainly help you to be more successful, and the whole ecosystem, the whole set of tools that now you have on your tool belt to be able to build and create event-driven architectures. Okay, remember, as I was saying, a lot of this ecosystem It's under the AsyncAPI specification. So if you want to work directly with the team, join the AsyncAPI team through conversations, GitHub discussions, issues. You can follow the Twitter account. You can just hang out with the folks around that are contributors, either part of the committee or part of the ambassadors that we are. So please remember to join the community and provide your feedback and what is working, what is not working. It's very valuable for the whole ecosystem to be able to get that. Again, thank you very much for this time. I know we covered a lot of ground. There's a lot of things from definition of EDA all the way to the API lifecycle, the different steps and different tooling. So I invite you to go again, visit the AsyncAPI site, go under different tools, so you will be able to check what's going on. It's always been updated. If not, here's again my Twitter account. You can certainly follow us, follow up us, and be able to see what we are publishing, what we are sharing, or just you can bootstrap the conversation over there. So again, thank you very much. I really appreciate the time you spend with me, and I hope you can enjoy. I continue enjoying the rest of the conference. And if everything goes good, just stay safe and see you next time. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much to Hugo for this informative talk. And even though he was not able to join us in this live stream, please send your questions through. We will answer them. You will get your answers on Slack. So please send your questions through. And with that in mind, we are going to take a short break, a 10 minutes break, I'm sure. And we'll be back at 13:20 with another informative talk with our very own Lukasz. So please stay tuned and enjoy. And we are back. I hope everyone is enjoying the talk so far because I am definitely, and I hope you are too. So, in our next session, we have our very own Async API maintainer and our community guardian, Lukasz, who will be giving us a talk about the state of Async API community. Lukasz, if you're ready to join me on stage, say hi. Okay, great. Hey, Lukasz.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
It's awesome. Like it's super cool to be in the conference in the backstage, not on the stage, but actually enjoy the also the conference. So yeah, thanks Tuli for giving me the opportunity that I don't have to like that we really do it as a community. That I don't have to
Mhm.
like be always in stress and make sure that everything works, but actually that the whole group is doing it. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lukasz. Would you like to say anything before we start your session?
Nothing specific. Like, so the talk is about the state of Async API. So it's like a travel into the past. But I already look into the future. So that's
Mm-hmm.
what I'd like to you to ask, like to listen to this talk, think about the past. And during the talk, I will publish two discussions in GitHub that I would like us to use as a continuation of the talk. So the talk talks about the past, and now the GitHub discussions is to actually start talking more about like what's next, what we should do. So yeah, that's it.
Perfect. And if you have any questions for Lukasz, he'll be here by the end of the session to answer all your questions. So, with that in mind, let's get to it.
Hi, folks. Welcome. My name is Lukasz Gornicki, and I'd like to talk to you today on Async API Conference 2022 about the state of Async API community. Soon, in actually a few days, it's going to be 6th anniversary of Async API. So I think it's pretty important after the 6 years to take a look into the past and see where we are at now and what the future brings. So, but yeah, the most important is to always start presentation with some kick-ass numbers. So I choose some numbers to show you the state of Async API community. So the first one will be the number of downloads of one of our like core, like the chorus of the core packages at Async API Initiative, which is the package that consists of JSON schemas for Async API specification. So it got downloaded 4.6 million times, and it is a number that we track in case of this package since March 2020. So 2.5 years, 4.6 million downloads. And of course, some can argue, oh, it's a fake number. It's a fake number. It's probably bots or so whatever. I cannot disagree more, but that's something not for this presentation. You can ask me questions later, offline, wherever you want. Another number, 1.6 million views on Async API website, tracked not since the beginning of the project, so 6 years ago, but actually 5 years ago, November 2017, 1.6 million views. And the last number I want to show you, website users. So not really page views, because like one user can generate few page views. So do you see this diagram? You know, Boeing servers. Oh my God. Boeing 747, you know, like it's a plane where a bunch of people can get into, and it flies really to the altitude of Mount Everest. Yeah, I know it from Everest movie. Anyway, that was supposed to be a funny joke, and so you can see it's a starting, curve, like with a plane, right? Makes sense? I hope you can see it. Looks beautiful to me. But the thing is, website users are the same as community. So before I continue, I was thinking that the best always is to agree with a person you communicate with, to agree on a common terms, like a kind of glossary. So maybe we don't have a chance to agree together on one definition. So I'm gonna just share my definition for the sake of this presentation. What do I think the community is? And I'm gonna break one of the most important rules: do not read out slides to your audience. But in this case, I just want to quote the quote from a book, The Art of Community by John O. Bacon. A community is a collection of people who interact with one another in the same environment. It is not merely the group that generates community, but the interactions within it. And the world interaction is the key here. That's, from my perspective, what community is and what creates the community. So not really page views or website users, because they don't interact with each other. People, one person that uses Async API and the second person that uses Async API, when they read website, there is no interaction, at least from my point of view. But I might be wrong. So one thing is this website users numbers, but I was thinking about some different numbers. So one is the Slack numbers, like the amount of users coming to Slack. Because for me, Slack is the place where actually interaction happens, discussion happens, ask for help happens, and other things, really nice things. In a group of people, we interact with each other. And the other place, which is one, like the second one where we interact with the community the most, is GitHub. So might be that these are three different places, but I think you can I mean, do you see the same? Like, you remember Boeing 747? You see some similarities? I mean, coincidence? I don't think so. So website users, of course, the number is much higher. But with Slack and GitHub contributors, and in case of your thinking like contributors in what way, so I'm just going to tell you that the GitHub contributors shows unique users that interact with us on pull requests or issues. By reporting issues or commenting on an issue, or actually helping with reviewing a PR or creating a PR, etc. So you can see a similarity that high number of website users always reflect a bit the users that then later on interact with us. Now, what I want to make sure is that you don't think that, okay, so if we invest enough in website viewers, then we will automatically get community interactions. No, I don't think so. I don't believe so. But yeah, I think you're going to understand this data more when we will talk about the history. Fun fact, I was actually love topic of history because I was supposed to be an archaeologist. Like my whole youth, I was always dreaming about being archaeologist, but I was just too lazy to learn enough to go to the proper university. And then I've heard that if I'm lazy, I should go to tech. And that's how I ended up here. But yeah, anyway, history. So the most important event 6 years ago, November 2016. Yeah, you can see the first commit of Async API spec. And I think something that marks the future of the project and the focus of the project. The same moment, the same date, Fran does not only create a first commit, but also creates a initial Slack workspace where we interact in till this day. 2017, so many months later, after the first commit, some important tool got published that enabled people to actually play with Async API in a visual way. by writing a spec and seeing the docs generated. Editor AsyncAPI.org. And then November 2017, also something important like website traffic monitoring got also enabled. So some first things happen in the project. AsyncAPI is shaping like, okay, Slack community, but also tools. It's not just a spec. So yeah, the shape happens and it's early stage. So going back to the numbers I was showing at the beginning, you can see it also in the numbers, like not many contributors really, just like 60 people on Slack. It's just going slow as every single project that starts. But then 2018 marks pretty important events. First time some big company admits that they use AsyncAPI. This is the commit from GitHub where someone from Slack published their API for their event architecture. And they admitted that they're using AsyncAPI 1.2, pretty old version. You should not use it. Now, also the same year, August, we have folks like almost the same month. Actually, it was the same month. The founder of Abli and also Michal, who worked at SAP at the time. At the same time, they went to Slack and said, hey, folks, like it's an amazing project. We want to help. And we want to donate also some existing project. So you can see that the community of users, also big tech, is growing 2 years after the launch, actually 1.5 years, I would say. Something that happens in January 2019, it's actually a screenshot of my tweet. That actually happened in December, but yeah, in corporations, things move slow. But that's a story for a different day. Most important, 2018 is the year where we also had a first pretty big project donated from an external contributors into AsyncAPI initiative, which was the AsyncAPI React component. And you can see the same numbers again, comparing website, but also Slack and GitHub interactions. Huge amount of growth on the traffic on the website, and also pretty good increase of the interactions with the community. And seeing these numbers, Fran decides to quit New Relic. Like, come on, like these numbers, it indicates the project is pretty important. To be honest, I don't think he had access to all this data, and he probably made a decision basing on the data you feel. You don't see the data, you did not measure, but you feel that your mailbox is getting full of notifications. You're getting a lot of DMs, a lot of discussions, and you have less time to do your work because so many people are really interested with the project, and you have to keep up with your daily job. So that's why Fran probably decided, like, yeah, it's a good moment to quit. And already the same at the beginning of the year, 2019, he starts doing a public meetings. I know he also attends many conferences to talk about AsyncAPI. And pretty important 2019 is that in March, we have first big platinum sponsor, which is Solace. That is our platinum sponsor till today. So 2019, you can already see if person starts working on a project full-time, commits more to the project, then the audience is growing and the interactions are growing again. And they're starting like, so again, Boeing 747. The pilot is like holding this stuff, not sure what the name is, and he starts putting up, right? Okay, bear with me. 2020, I decide to quit SAP and work on AsyncAPI 100%. And that's also the moment where we, like in my person, we start fully focusing on the community. You can see a screenshot of my first good morning on a general channel, and you can see that I used an appropriate emoji. So I was pretty unexperienced, I would say, 3 years ago, and did not. Well, I wasn't thinking about like how diversity is important. I was not really in like understanding fully what it means and how like make sure that we're also accepting and welcoming for people with disabilities that have problems, for example, with sight, and they cannot see a flashing emojis. But here we go. We started pushing more for the community. In April 2020, we organized our first big online conference. It was the beginning of pandemia in Europe. Pretty strange times started. And we also in October 2020 started like, okay, we want to have more and more interactions, more and more contributors. So let's try to like invite also people that are new to open source. Let's attend our first event, which was Hacktoberfest, and see if we can also make sure that AsyncAPI welcomes anyone, not just people from some corporations. And important, December 2020 was where I and Fran and others, we did not have to worry about money anymore. Like before we got paid by some contracts or open collective donations. And we were always worried like how much, like how long we can live like this, like if we have enough money really, and how long we can actually get paid for our work. So December 2020 is when we had a partnership with Postman. Postman hired few of us, assuring that we will still work 100% of our time on AsyncAPI, which I think we proved pretty well over last years. And it also marked a pretty important change for 2021. In a sec, I'm going to talk about it. But for now, let's talk about the numbers again. You see, so more people working on the project, more people talking about the project, the conference itself as well. Huge peak on the visits on the website. Much more contributors by involving more members of the community to interact with us. And also much bigger presence of people in Slack. The history marks an important mark in 2021. So because of us, a few of us joining Postman, we wanted to make sure that people know that Postman did not acquire AsyncAPI. So we talked with Linux Foundation that accepted AsyncAPI as a project on Linux Foundation to prove that anyone can use AsyncAPI, that it's really community-owned project where IP of the project belongs to the foundation, not any company. So that's important because that's the moment where we started thinking about open governance, something that I don't think we would do in 2021, like looking at the back on different priorities we had. If we wouldn't have the situation that Postman came in with the partnership, and we wouldn't have this internal pressure that like, okay, we need to prove the community that we have an open governance model. I don't think we would do it in March 2021, but we did it. We set up a really pretty democratic approach for technical steering committee, and ended up 2021 with 24 members in technical steering committee, of course, doing conference and other stuff that we started last year as well. So 2021 ended, and that's where the pilot halts and pulls as slow as possible. Like we're flying super top. It's not a rocket because we're not going to the moon, although I have a feeling NASA is using AsyncAPI, but that's again different topic. Look on Slack and GitHub contributions. Pretty high numbers again. Like we're doubling, and I think we're doubling not only because we're getting more website users, even though the lines are pretty similar. It's also because like the whole community of people, like especially the ones on Slack, interact with each other a lot and enable others to contribute and like actually treat community as it's the most important in the project. Now, 2022, we are so advanced that we already started our own mentorship. So we take part in different mentorship programs, Google Summer of Code, Google Season of Docs, and others. We enable project to accept also people that are still in their universities. They're pretty new to open source, but we are like, hell, like, why not doing our own mentorship? And October, so like now, we can say that we have contributors from big corporations like IBM, Salesforce, Google. We have over 60 repositories in our Slack, in our GitHub. We have 35 TSC members and approximately 10 individual contributors. I think there are few TSC members that openly say that they are affiliated with some company. But from discussions, like offline discussions, I know that they are actually contributing in their spare time and actually contributing because they like the project and not because their company is paying them to do it. Their companies are actually not paying them to work on AsyncAPI. So I think that 10 is even is low. I mean, it's actually higher, which is awesome. We have around 80K on Open Collective, so we have secured budget that we can invest in the project. We started our ambassador program last month. We already have 3 ambassadors, and we hope to expand soon. And we kicked off the work on AsyncAPI.com/community website, where we have one single place where the community can go and find every single information, like how to interact, where, and how to contribute, like everything, like a Bible for the community. Even though I think that we're doing good by working without it. Now, remember the numbers, how high they go. We need a place where community can go and find any information, because us answering on Slack every day, sometimes the same answer, we need to scale it. We need a place where we can actually find everyone and appreciate everyone. And the community now, what is the community now? So, when it started, how it went. And I think we managed to create a pretty diverse community. So we have a lot of individual and also company sponsored members, a lot of contributors. Something super important and what I'm proud of is that 10% of maintainers at AsyncAPI are women, and 22% of speakers at this conference are women. And you can say if you follow the numbers, the last number I checked was in one of the articles, they were talking about that actually among tech in tech, 25% of tech is women. So we can say okay, so if 25% in tech are women, then we have lower numbers and we're not doing well. But the thing is that open source is different. So actually, one article that I found says that only 6% of open source contributors are women. And now these numbers that I shared above, they sound different. I'm personally super proud of this community that we managed to reach these numbers. Would like to thank all the people that actually contribute to it. And something important, it doesn't mean we're awesome. I think that if we manage to reach such numbers in such a short time, I think we can do better, and not show only that individual contributors are valued the same as company-sponsored contributors, but we can also show that, in open source, you can actually have much higher representation of women in tech. So that's something to look at, put even more effort, and make it kick-ass, really. And last but not least, we are really diverse community. We have folks from Nigeria, India, Americas, almost okay, I'm not going to say every country in Europe, but a lot of countries in Europe have people as maintainers in the project. Now we also are super transparent, something that is in the heart of our founding charter in Linux Foundation. Even just this year, we had over 70 different meetings, public meetings, live stream meetings, where we were discussing different topics around the AsyncAPI initiative. We make no decisions on the meetings. Sometimes we have private meetings, especially with mentees that just joined the project and they don't feel comfortable having public meetings because they have their impostor syndromes and other things that block them from public presence. And we don't believe that you should just pick up people and throw them into the river to teach them swimming this way. This is slow process, but the important stuff is that even if we talk about something private, we always update GitHub issues or GitHub pull requests. And even if someone will write to you that a decision was made on the meeting, if somebody did not attend the meeting, you can openly say you don't agree, because decisions are not made on the meetings. Now, I think we have managed to have pretty welcoming community. These are just few examples of people sharing and proofs that we can see that like people come ask like, hey, I need Java mentor. Here you go. Like, hey, I need some onboarding. Can I get help? Yeah, I mean, just share what you know, what you'd like to learn, and we can guide you. We can be your guide in this dark place with so many repositories, which are not easy to digest at first sight. So that's all about the past, the present, and the future. It's not that easy. We still have to continue and do the hard work, not only with women in representation in tech, but we have to continue many different initiatives. We started the conference. It has to happen every year. The participation in different initiatives to onboard different contributors, it has to happen. We have to run it. We have to keep it going because we see that this brings a lot of great people into the project. So the future, even though the numbers are great, I'd like to make it super clear. I don't believe that it's enough to have marketing put on the website, increase the amount of people coming to the website, and automatically it will convert into the community interactions. If you don't make sure that the community is capable of interactions in a healthy environment, I don't believe you can actually keep up going well with the project. So yeah, no resting, get on the tractor and do the work. Now, the most important from my perspective next step is me stepping down from the role of community manager and having someone new to do it. Stepping down, not leaving the project. So I simply believe that in February next year, it's my third year as a community manager here in the project. And I think it's maximum. It's really enough. Like in politics, I believe that also with such important roles, people should not spend too much time in these positions. Because over time you get biased. I get biased. I have my my issues with some platforms. I hate Twitter. And I know that I was always ignoring it as a tool to interact with the community because I simply don't believe it can have a good enable good interactions. But yeah, it's a different topic. What I'm saying is that we need to hire someone who will just continue what we're doing and also do different things. How we do it, I have no idea. Maybe we will hire someone through Open Collective donations. Maybe we should hire someone from Linux Foundation. Or maybe we should simply do what we did now. Like I was at the beginning doing it independently. Then I got affiliated with Postman. And even though I can say I'm not really like Postman is not telling me what to do, I can swear that it's not happening. But like people that don't know me do not necessarily have to trust me. And I think that we really have to make sure that if we do not want to hire someone through Open Collective or someone from the Linux Foundation, we should have a clear rule that community manager should be a rotating rule. Maybe IBM, Solace, and other Platinum sponsors or other companies, they can delegate someone for 1 year on AsyncAPI, for example, to do the community management. Let's see. This is actually a kickoff of a discussion I want to start on our GitHub community discussions. And we need to identify what would be a key responsibilities of such person, making sure that conference happens, making sure that we'll take part in some initiatives, etc. Let's identify it. Let's make sure that we put some requirements on the role. What person in this world should identify. Maybe identify if we are doing something very wrong with Twitter and we actually can do something better with Twitter. Again, I don't think we should and can, but that's my opinion. I'm biased. So yeah, this shit has to be done before the 1st of February 2022. I hope that I can just leave the driving wheel of building the community here, set the goals for next year, last time, this year, and just sit in the passenger side. So I don't want to leave the project. Just to make it clear, I don't want to go away from the community. No way. That's what I love the most. But I just don't want to be 4th year in a row a person that is identified with the community. I think the healthiest for the state of this community is if the face will change and will be driven by somebody else. And let's together decide how we're going to do it. Thank you so much for listening. It's been a huge fun for me to share all this data and insights into the history. I really do believe we're doing awesome here in this project, and I can't wait how we will do next year. Thanks. Arrivederci.
And with that in mind, that concludes Lucas' session. Hey, Lucas, are you ready to join me on stage? Okay.
Hey.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for an informative. I mean, if you weren't an archaeologist or in tech, I think you would have been a history teacher because you're really giving us the numbers here. So I got a few questions here. So the first question is, how do you manage your time since you are involved in so many things?
It's a tough question. I don't. No, actually. So it's hard. It's hard, but it's something that you just learn over time. So I always maintain a list of things that I want to do, that bump into my mind, like some new ideas, whatever. And this list works like a cache, and many items drop out from the cache before I pick them up, actually. So that's it. You should not do too many things at once, and just maintain a list. And then after some time, if you see that you can't pick up something, just remove it from the list. And that's it.
Great. And if anyone has questions for Lucas, please send them through. He's here to answer all your questions. And the second question that we have today is, how has Async API balanced the bridge with other types of contributors like designers and technical writers?
Not sure if I got the question 100%, but like balance, like how we manage to also get other, if that's what ACE means, then yeah, I think that the biggest role here in the project was like in this diverse approach was how strong we are with participating in different like events, different sponsored events for first-time contributors, that we show up, that we try to prove that when we show up there, we actually really respect time of people that want to do first contributions. So we like put a lot of effort in mentoring, and throughout all those different projects, events, not sure how to call it, but yeah, and I think that's how we manage to do it. Like we simply just go out. It's like going out on the square and like shouting, "Hey folks, like you're designer, come on, like let's try to help you out." And that's how it converts. I think that's how I think we make it happen. like but and one example, like, because it's now general talking, like one example is like in case of technical writers, here was huge thing in a project thanks to Alejandra that managed to write a good application form for Google Season of Docs, and then we got accepted, and then we could bring so many great people like Tuli into the project. If I have to give an advice for other projects, like, you have to involve in different mentorship programs big time, not just have your own, but actually go out everywhere possible and show your project.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for answering those questions. I see we don't have any more questions. So with that in mind, we're gonna move on to the next session. We're gonna take maybe a 5 minutes break, but please do follow up the discussions on GitHub. And with that in mind, I'm also taking a break. Alejandro will be taking over from me. Then thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Lucas. We will see you in 5 minutes. Hey, folks, and we are back from the break, and we have our next section. We have Tamimi with a session called From Design to Postman Collections Using Async API. If Alejandro and Tamimi are ready to come on stage, can you just give me a wave? Okay, cool. I'm bringing you on stage.
Hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
guys.
Hey,
I'm
how are
good. How are
you?
you doing?
Doing well. So far, so good.
Are you enjoying your day so far?
Yeah. So far, my day is going well. I'm located in Vancouver, Canada. So it's 7 a.m. Just started my day. I started my day early. Just came back from the gym, so like I'm ready for anything async API related today. And yeah, all is good. I hope you guys are doing well.
We are doing fine. And Alejandra, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Thank you for helping. I was trying to bring Tamimi on stage, but for some reason I couldn't find him backstage. So thankfully Thule knew what she was doing.
I'm here. I'm available.
All right, cool. Then I think we can get started with Tamimi's session. If you guys have any questions for Tamimi, he will be available here at the end of the talk. He will answer all your questions. Does that sound good?
Fantastic.
Awesome. All right, then. We're going to move backstage. So let's get started.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamimi and I'm a developer advocate at Solace. Today I'll be talking about Postman in an event-driven playground, and I'll be presenting this at the AsyncAPI conference. So let's go ahead and get started. Now I'd like to cover a use case that I'll be referring to throughout the talk. And in this use case, I'll be talking about a company that's called Acme Retail Store, and they're a mega retail store that has a sophisticated underlying technology infrastructure. For the components of this retail store, there is a mobile application, which is an innovative mobile application that lets customers purchase any order and any products in the store online. And this application is a real-time, gives customers like real-time updates on their orders. There is a daily summary sales microservice that is involved with receiving all orders for the stores and produce a summarized graphs. And this is for executive consumption. We have a customer sentiment application, which is a real-time application that reflects how customers are feeling in the store. There's a point of sale system that receives product events from supply chain management domains and allow for price updates and restrictions on purchases. This point of sale system as well emits retail orders that allow for analytics in the overall supply chain system. We have an in-store fulfillment microservice, and this is a mobile application that is used by personnel in the store for fulfillment of orders and for restocking the shelves. And then lastly, we have a smart shelving system. And basically, what this system does is it continuously updates information on what are the products that are being removed from the shelves in real time. And this is in an effort to analyze customer trends as well as forecast fraud. So now you can see that there are different components for the underlying Acme retail store. And let's say that you are an architect and you've been hired by Acme Retail Stores and you've been tasked with building an event-driven architecture to connect all the different components together, and including legacy systems, adding new microservices, and let's say that you want to leverage cloud services like AWS sentiment analysis. There's also IoT devices in the smart shelving and the in-store fulfillment, and you want to connect all these together. You can also say that you could be a developer who's hired by Acme Retail Stores who wants to start modeling the underlying system and the interaction between the different microservices. You want to collaborate with different team members, and you want to deploy your applications and test them and mock them in different environments. So the first thing that comes up to your mind is, where should I start? There's so many different moving parts, and it is so important to take a step back and see where we want to start before we start tackling a solution for our problem that we have here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a step back, explain some basic fundamental concepts about event-driven architecture in general, and then delve more into the use case, and we'll see where Postman fits in all of this as well. And by the way, this slide is dedicated to France Cat. So France Cat, if you can hear me, this one's for you. All right, so if we think of event-driven architecture as a bowl of salad, and in this bowl of salads, there are different components that are needed to build an event-driven architecture. Think of these components as ingredients and the bowl as the underlying messaging technology. So when you tackle an event-driven architecture, there's components, or there's things like designing your event-driven architecture. There's documentation and specification. You want to govern your EDA, collaborate between different team members. You want to mock and test your different applications and events. So this is kind of the design time aspect of an event-driven architecture. There's also the runtime aspect of implementing and deploying an event-driven architecture, and this is where event brokers come into the mix. Post-deployment, you want to deliver your applications. You want to share the different event APIs and the asynchronous APIs that are involved in your underlying systems. You want to expose them as event API products. There's version control, there's lifecycle management, and there's environments. So I really like this slide in particular to kind of give an overall view on the different pieces that are involved in event-driven architecture. And it's so important to know that you cannot serve the salad with just an empty bowl. So event-driven architecture, the solution towards event-driven architecture, is not just approached by the runtime aspect, which is an event broker. There are so many different pieces and moving parts around approaching and tackling an event-driven architecture. Whether you're starting to build an event-driven architecture from scratch, or you're going through a digital transformation journey and you want to slowly start migrating to an event-driven architecture approach. For today's talk, I'm only going to be covering some pieces of, in this mix, which is the design aspect. We've got the specifications, mocking and testing, and the underlying event broker for the runtime aspect of things. So let's go ahead and start with the design component of event-driven architecture. And this is where we will be meeting Solace PubSub Plus event portal. So for the first component, from the design component, what is Solace PubSub Plus event broker? So the event portal is broken down into different components, but the main kind of features that are provided by event portal, you can use it to define and model your event-driven systems. You can visualize the existing relationships between the different moving parts, the different microservices within one application domain, or if you have multiple application domains and you want to see the existing relationships between them. You develop event-driven applications driven by industry standard specifications for AsyncAPI specifications. You can discover and share events in your underlying system, govern the system by easily determining the impact of any changes that's happening in your system, audit the changes to events, schemas, and applications, and finally capture and discover events flowing in your runtime system, in your runtime environment. So in a nutshell, the event portal is a one-stop shop that lets people design, create, discover, catalog, share, visualize, secure, and manage events and event-driven applications. So that is kind of an overview on the PubSub Plus event portal. So let's go ahead and have a hands-on demo on the event portal and cover the use case that we have. So as you can see here, this is the Solace PubSub Plus event portal, and I have pre-populated the event portal portion with different application domains for our fictional company, the Acme Retail Store. We're gonna mainly be focusing on the store operation application domain, but keep in mind that there's different application domains that are involved. You have your HR application domain, supply chains, the facility itself. But right now, as a lead architect and developer, we're only focusing on the store operations component or piece in the Acme Retail. So let's go ahead and delve more into it. So we can see that the different applications we were talking about, the mobile applications, the daily stores summary, the fulfillment applications, they are all defined under the store operations application domain. So this is the applications that we have. Overall, all the applications, the events that are involved between publishing and subscribing different microservices are cataloged under the events tab. So you can see a retail order or a store events that are being published or subscribed. I can delve more into every application, for example, the customer-facing mobile application, and I can see that there are different versions for this. So as a developer, I can know what are the versions that are released, what are the versions that are involved in the customer-facing mobile applications, get more description about the application and the different events, whether it subscribes to events or publishes to events. So we know that this mobile application subscribes to two kind of events. We have a customer event and a retail event, and it publishes a retail order event on a predefined topic. So you can dig more and delve into what are the different components in your EDA that are involved with this application. So think of it as kind of like an exploratory process where you kind of figure out what are the different components involved in your application. Another aspect of the event portal, as I mentioned earlier in the slides, is you get to visualize your event-driven architecture. So that is found in the runtime manager. So as you can see here in the runtime manager, we have a modeled event mesh for our Acme Retail Store in different environments. So let's go ahead and jump, for example, in the development environment that we have here. So you get to see all the different applications that are involved in your system and the different events that are also involved between different microservices. So you can see here the customer-facing mobile application or the daily store events. There is a retail order event that is connecting the different applications that are involved in here. So this is an overview, high-level overview on what event portal is all about, and we're going to delve more into what are the things that we can extract from the event portal to help us with the different other pieces of our event-driven architecture. So we talked about event portal, and that kind of covers the design aspect of your EDA system. Now, regarding specification, this is where we would meet Async API. So as we all know, we're in the Async API conference right now. It's an open standard to specify your event-driven architecture. I'm not going to delve more into what Async API is all about, but I'm going to show you how you can extract Async API specification from your event portal. So let's go back into event portal, back into designer. And let's go into our Acme Retail Store Operations application domain. And let's focus on one particular application and go through the specification and mocking of the different events that are involved. So I'm going to choose for my demo the daily store sales summary. So I'm going to go ahead and click this application. And I can see there's different versions of the application, as I mentioned earlier. What I want to do is go ahead and download the Async API specification for this application that will specify the topics, the schemas, and the application that is involved with this. So I'm going to go here to the more options. I'm going to download an Async API. So I'm going to zoom in here a little bit so I can download the Async API specification for this application. So once I click that, I have the option of downloading a JSON file for my Async API, or I can download the YAML file as well. So let's go ahead and open this file and see what is it composed of. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it over here. Let's see this. So we've got the components, channels, and the information. So you can see here in the info block, this is a typical Async API specification spec file. I can define or explain what this application is all about. So the title of this application is our daily stores sales summary, and there's more description about it. There's different channels, the one channel that is involved. So I can see here there's only one channel that is involved with this application, and more information about it. We have the components, we've got the schemas in there as well. So even if I take this application, this Async API specification, and open my Async API Studio. So I have my Async API Studio, go to the studio, and I will go ahead and paste my Async API. So now you can see that I have specification of documentation for my application itself. So this is the topic that is the events are being published on, an example for the payload for the schema, and the message. So we have a retail order message, and this retail order message, as you can see, is a state change information about a single product order. So from the time it is being published until its fulfillment. So this is the Async API spec component of the event portal, where we were able to get the application of choice that we want with the right version and download the Async API file, as you can see here. And we can even model it in, or get the Async API spec file and get documentations on it. So now that we have the Async API file, so after we've done the design component of our EDA, went into the specification where I can specify what the application is all about, I have a lot of options in front of me to use with what's available there with the Async API community. So I can go ahead and use, for example, the open source tooling to generate generators to generate applications. But today I want to cover about different components of the EDA system, which is the mocking piece. So now if we wanted to do the mocking and testing, there are so many different tools out there that developers use to mock different payload traffic in the system, test their APIs. And one of these tools, I'm going to go ahead and open up the developer toolbox, and we'll find that Postman is one of the many tools used by developers. So what exactly is Postman? Postman is, in a nutshell, a platform that is used for building and using REST APIs. It's also used for mocking and testing REST APIs. It is very REST API focused, and there is a lot of extensive tooling and support and community around Postman. But the question comes in with, since Postman is very kind of like REST API focus, it's not really EDA focused. There hasn't been like a lot of components about event-driven architectures with Postman. The question comes in is, how can we fill the gap between the synchronous request-reply REST API world and the asynchronous event APIs in EDA using Postman? And this is where I'll be giving you a quick demo on the converter we put together that takes in an async API spec file and generate Postman collection, or it can generate a Postman collection directly from event portal and publishes messages using REST APIs using post REST request. But an important piece over here to kind of highlight how we can fill this gap between the REST synchronous request reply world and the event asynchronous EDA world. And this is where I would like to introduce the Solace PubSub Plus event broker. So in a nutshell, one of the many features of the this advanced message broker, the Solace PubSub Plus event broker, one of my favorite features is something what we call is protocol translation and protocol interoperability. What this means ultimately is you can have different microservices that are communicating over different protocols, communicate with each other, and the protocol translation happens natively within the Solace PubSub Plus event broker. And one of the features is a REST API. What this means is you can have services or applications or microservices publishing to the Solace broker using REST APIs, and then you can have other applications behind the scenes that are subscribing to the same topic using other of the other supported protocols. So let's see how this will work from like an end-to-end perspective, and using the Solace broker as the central kind of communication between the different protocols involved in here. So remember our Acme retail stores example before, and we said there's so many different, there's many, like a couple of different applications that are involved in this. And I will be using the daily assembly stores microservice to kind of demo this end-to-end interaction. So what we'll be doing is we do have the daily summary sales application that I showed you in Event Portal. And we're able to download the Async API specification for the daily assembly stores. We'll be generating Postman collection using this application. And then from Postman, we'll be publishing messages on the topic with a dummy payload over to Solace PubSub Plus event broker, and we will have applications subscribing to this. So without further ado, let me go ahead and start this. So I have my applications over here. So I'm going to open a, okay, let me make sure I have this. I'm going to create a new directory, call it demo talk. In this, I will be executing the command, the tool that we have as a command line tool that takes in an async API spec file and converts it to Postman. So we have the async API to Postman that takes in a file, and I've just downloaded the file in my downloads folder, and it was the, this is it. All right, so now we've created a Postman collection. I can also show you that we have an event portal to Postman converter over here that takes in an application. So I'm actually going to do, if I can run the helps over here. All right, so it takes in the application that we want. So what is the application that we want over here? It is the daily product stores, and takes in the application version. What is the application version that I want? 0.1.2, 0.1.2. And what this does, it fetches the application from Event Portal and downloads the Async API, downloads the Postman collection. So if I see what are the files that have just been generated right now, this one was just generated by the Async API to Postman CLI tool. And this other Postman collection, these are both the same collection. And this one was generated using the Event Portal API to query the application and get the information or the objects needed to generate a Postman collection. Keep in mind that this CLI tool requires a token generation, and you can generate the token directly from your token management page in Event Portal. But I'll show you where we can get more information about these tools. But for now that we have these collections, let's go ahead to Postman and import this collection and see what we can do with this. So this is my Postman. I'm going to go ahead and create, import a collection. So let me open this. I have this collection over here. So I have so these are the two files that I have, and I will bring in the collection and put it directly in here. So I will import it and take a look at what had just been imported. So now I can see that there is one event in here that was imported. The topic of the event is found here, as you can see. The topic itself had some variables. So let me go back to my async API specification and see what the topic was involved with. I'll show you a couple things in the topic. So you can see that my daily store sales summary application and deals with one event, and there's dynamic variables in the event. So the retail order verb is a dynamic variable. The store location, customer ID, and order ID, these are dynamic variables in my topic. So what happens, what my converter did is it took the async API spec file, parsed it, and generated a URL with the topic of choice, and used leveraging Postman's variables as part of the topic. So I can go ahead and fill in these variables shortly. But one thing I want to show you as well, that by default, there are some variables that are involved. So the Solace host and the Solace port, by default, it is localhost. So this means it assumes that I have a localhost broker running on my machine. And for my event itself, so looking at the body, so this body has been auto-generated as well and put in my Postman collections. So I will go ahead and just put any values for my retail order for my variables in my topic. So store location, let's say it's in New York, customer ID, I have the customer ID here, and the order ID as well is involved here. So what this means, that I'm going to go back to my slide. So what's happening is we just generated the Postman collection for our microservice. And every post that gets published by Postman is going to go into a Solace broker using the topic in the URL, which is it's going to be published on this topic. So I'm going to open up a browser. So I'm going to go here, localhost 8080. So this is my local Solace broker running locally on my machine on a Docker image. So I'm going to go ahead, admin, and log in. All right. So now that we have our Solace broker up and running, I'm going to go to my Try Me tab. And the Try Me tab is nothing but another microservice or an application that is connected to the broker, and it subscribes to whatever topics that I want. So I will go ahead and connect, and the topic that I want to subscribe to is an Acme Retail. I'm come here, Acme Retail. Let me actually bring this here. That will be a lot easier. And subscribe. So I'm gonna go ahead here and publish the message. You can see now that Postman receives a 200 OK from the Solace broker, and the message has been received by the subscriber on this topic, the Acme Retail store operations. And you can see that my variable, the dynamic variables, are also part of the message that is being sent. And this is the payload that we have. Keep in mind that now that the message has been published into a Solace broker, this means that any other subscribing application, let's say I'm a developer and I am demoing the I'm mocking my underlying system, trying to see how the traffic is going to look like in my application. As I'm developing the application, I can go ahead and connect any subscribing application. So even if you want to, let's say over here that I want to connect or develop a MQTT microservice that listens, that subscribes to this. In fact, let's actually go ahead and try this. So what I'm going to do is I can create a local microservice using MQTT with Node.js. So let's say MQTT Node.js example and see what we can get with this. All right, so let's see if this shows us an full example. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead, try this out. So for demo's sake, so I will create here new directory MQTT node and index.js. Let's see what we want. My host is localhost. Same port. We get the client ID. On connection, the username. My username is admin. Password is admin. The topic that I want to subscribe to is Acme Retail. Let me make sure I've got the right one. We got Acme Retail, and I'm going to do a wildcard using MQTT. Now here, keep in mind that I'm using open standard MQTT. So I have to use this MQTT's wildcard notations. So on connect, we want to subscribe to the topic. We don't want to publish anything. So we've got, okay, so we've got this. And that should be it for my MQTT microservice. So let's go ahead and save this, npm install MQTT locally. And let me see, what do I have in here? Node index. All right, so we're connected to the Solace broker on local host, and we're subscribing to this topic. And our broker as well is subscribed. So I'm going to go ahead and clear messages over here. So now the moment of truth, we're going to publish a message. We should receive it here to in my try me tab, and there you go. This is my local microservice. It is a very simple MQTT application that is connected to the Solace broker, and it says that it received a message on this topic, and this is the payload of the message. So pretty much what we just did right now is demoed how with publishing a message to a Solace broker, we're leveraging the protocol translation functionality of the broker. We're able to connect to the broker using a WebSocket protocol and an MQTT protocol. And we published once using Postman, and now the message is propagated in our quote unquote event-driven architecture, in the mesh of event-driven architecture that we have, and we're able to propagate the message that we just started with, from design, specification, to downloading the Async API document, generating a Postman collection from this Async API document or directly from Event Portal, and then we're able to use Postman to publish messages via REST post into a Solace broker, into the REST port, and we had different microservices connected to this. So that is pretty much the kind of overall demo of what I had today. There are so many different things that we can take this forward. So there are other features within Postman that we could leverage. So there is the mock responses from, there's the mock server at Postman, so we could use to mock responses from other microservices in your EDA. So now you can have a better and bigger picture of your overall EDA system. We could add native integrations to Postman, and you could directly be able to query your applications from your design time event portal directly into Postman by auto-generating collections. And then now you have variable topics as well involved in your or like variables in your topic, and you could define what these variables that you want. And there's the mock server feature within Postman that I have not delved more into it, but this is just kind of like scratching the surface on where Postman fits in the event-driven architecture playground that we have. So that's it, folks. That's all I had for today. I'm covering my face with the camera. So if you want to continue the conversation, please go ahead and join the Solace community, where you can ask more information about EDA in general or Postman integration. You could reach out to me on Twitter as well, and I would be more than happy to continue the conversation with anyone about this. So thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi, Tamimi.
Hey, Alejandra, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much for that talk. I really enjoyed it. You're a very good
Thanks.
speaker. You're very dynamic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun to record for sure.
Oh, that's good to hear. Let's see.
Awesome.
I'm trying to see if we had any questions from the audience. I just want to make sure that we didn't miss anything. I don't see anything in the chat, but I'm wondering if there's something else that you would like to share with the audience meanwhile.
Yeah, so this is kind of like you know, the whole idea that I wanted to highlight with my talk is kind of event enabling your REST architecture using you know, Solace and Async API. We've wrote simple kind of CLI tools that will take an Async API document and convert it into a Postman collection. But there's always usually a roadblock when it comes to, all right, now that we have a Postman collection, how do we enter the event-driven world? How do we enter the messaging domain and interact with other microservices who are also speaking messaging with Postman? Because, you know, as I mentioned in my talk, Postman is very REST focused and started with, you know, you could execute all your CRUD operations on your REST APIs, but when it comes to publishing and subscribing to events, how do you do the mocking? How do you do the testing? And you know, Postman is already a tool that is being used by a lot of developers. So it is definitely an opportunity to expose Postman into the messaging world through this. So the tools that I showed in my talk are open source. Anybody could go ahead and dabble with it and check it out. We definitely have a lot of kind of improvements and things to do on it on the roadmap. So, you know, it was very interesting to talk about this, and I'm always so curious to see what other people are using in their mocking and testing. How are they using Postman? If they're using it with Async API, how are they doing so? So that's kind of fun. Some of the things that you know, I'm very passionate about and interested to know more about from the community.
Yeah, for sure. And if anybody wants to like talk to Tamimi offline and ask him more questions or give him more ideas and collaborate with him, I'm sure they can reach out to you on Twitter or LinkedIn.
Yep. Yeah, Twitter or LinkedIn. Find me on Twitter at @tweettamimi, and LinkedIn. You could definitely find me there, and I'd be more than happy to start any conversations with people about this.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Tamimi. It doesn't seem like we have any questions at the moment.
Sure.
So if you're good, it looks like you're free to go, and we can go on break for the next talk.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right.
All right.
Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and go on a short break again, and so we'll see you all at 14:55 UTC for Florence Njeri's talk, How Contributing to Async API Tools Inspired a Career in Open Source. So we'll see you folks in just 10 more minutes. Bye. I'm not sure why music is still on. But okay, here we are. It looks like we're ready and the break is over. And we have our very lovely next speaker, Florence Njeri, who is one of our GSoD intern students this year at AsyncAPI. I'm so excited to be here and help introduce you. How are you doing, Florence?
I'm good. How are you? How are you doing this morning?
Good. I think we're both in the same virtual room, aren't we?
Yeah, it seems so.
Same background.
Yeah.
That's so funny. So what are you most excited about giving your talk this year?
I am excited to share about my learning, especially about working in open source for the past 6 months and sharing about how that experience contrasts with my experience working for corporates the past 2 years. So, yeah.
That's awesome. And I'm sure we're all going to learn a lot from you because you've been doing a lot of really hard work, you and Pratik, working on documentation and also done some coding. So you've been doing a lot of good stuff. Thank you so much for your contributions this year.
It's been my pleasure. I've learned a lot.
Good. All right. Well, if you feel ready, then we can just go ahead and play your talk.
Yeah, sure, I'm ready.
All right. Here we go.
Hi guys, thank you for attending my session today. My name is Florence Njeri. I am a software engineer by profession and I live in Kenya. I am a GSoD intern here at AsyncAPI where I have been documenting the generator tool for the past 6 months. I will talk about how contributing to GSoD has inspired a career in open source, as well as contrast my experience working in corporate for the past 1.5 years to my experience working in open source for the past 6 months. My journey as a software engineer began in 2016, where I joined university to pursue a degree in software engineering. Part of my degree requirements was to fulfill a mandatory 3-month internship where I started interning in 2019 at a local software company called MobiDev as an Android intern. While there, I faced a challenge one day and I went to my mentor and told him I could not find a solution for the problem I was encountering, and he helped me resolve it. But the next day, I faced the same problem and I could not remember the exact steps that my mentor had taken to resolve the problem. So I went back to him, approached him, and told him, I'm sorry, but I forgot the exact steps that you took yesterday. Can you please explain it again? So that is when he told me, as a software engineer, whenever you Google for a solution to a problem you're facing online and you don't find a solution for it, the best approach to take is to create a blog where you write solutions to the problems that you're facing, because it will help you in the future when you encounter the same problem, and it will also help another developer that is facing the same problem to be able to resolve their problem. That is how I started writing documentation, just as a way of documenting all the problems that I solved that I could not find a solution for online, or problems that had taken me a really long time, so that I could go back and reference to it whenever I got a problem. In 2019, I got started in open source, where I contributed for 1 month to Hacktoberfest, and I got a really cool t-shirt. That was the first contribution that I made to open source that I'm still very proud of to date. Contributing to Hacktoberfest had a few impacts to my career, including knowing how to open a pull request, which I had not done before, how to resolve issues, how to communicate to the mentor of the project, and how to follow up and make sure that each and every issue that has been found in your pull request has been resolved. In this next session, I will be talking about my career in open source and what I have discovered while working at AsyncAPI that has made me get inspired to work in open source full time in the future. The first thing that I discovered when I joined AsyncAPI is that there are people who get paid full time to work to contribute to open source, to maintain software, to write technical documentation. I had no idea that there are people who do this full time. I thought that this is something people did part time after their 9 to 5. So that was a very interesting discovery that I made this year. Another thing is career progression. I realized that you can progress your career very fast while working in open source, mostly because you're building in the public. Your work is out there in the open. While it can be scary, it's a very good thing because you get recognized, you get to work with industry leaders, you get to reach multiple developers, multiple audiences. Your work is seen by big organizations. And from that, they can reach out to you to hire you. And also, you gain credibility about your skills. Whenever you are trying to switch jobs, you can always say, I contributed to this open source tool. This is my work. This is what I did. Another thing I have learned while working in open source is the collaboration and communication style that is used in open source companies or rather open source projects, which is really nice, which is really fast, and also the ability to take full ownership of the feature that you're building or the contribution that you're making, because you don't have someone that constantly asks you for updates. You have to take the initiative to make sure that you have completed a certain task. You have been able to reach out to mentors. I have been reaching out to my mentor whenever I get stuck. I have been communicating to my fellow intern Pratik whenever I need his help. So it has really helped build my collaboration, my communication skills, and also it has made me love the working style and the communication style that is there in open source, as well as the collaboration style. The last and the most significant thing is learning about the impact of my work. I realized the work that I have put in for the past 6 months will be used by multiple developers from all over the world who need help getting started with the generator tool. And that fills me with a lot of pride, with a lot of happiness. And I think this is literally the coolest thing I have done in my career for the past 2 years. Generally, this is what has really made me proud and really made me want to continue working in open source and to keep contributing and building a career in open source. So this next session, I am going to talk about how my experience working in corporate is contrasted to my experience working as an open source contributor. The first thing is onboarding. In the companies that I have worked at before, the general onboarding time is 1 to 2 weeks, where I am expected to learn a few things about the project, to set up my developer machine, to learn the working style of the people, to learn how to work with my colleagues. My onboarding experience working in corporate has been between 1 and 2 weeks, but mostly the first 3 days. I feel like that is when you get support from your mentors. They're there hand holding you, helping you set up your developer environment, helping you learn about the company, explaining what your day-to-day tasks will look like, and assigning you the first few tasks that you will be required to do in order to get onboarded onto the project. And within the first month, you are expected to have a few, like 1 or 2 PRs that are up and merged. And compared to open source, So while working here, at the first month was onboarding, the first whole month where we were not expected to make a contribution. We were learning about the tool. My onboarding experience, however, at Async API was very different because for the first month, I did not feel the pressure or the expectation to have my pull request up or to have a pull request or something merged because it was mostly getting onboarded, learning about the generator tool, learning about Async API, learning what it does because it was a very new experience. I had not worked with asynchronous APIs before, so it was mostly learning what to do, what is done, what expected to document and to do, getting to know my other colleagues who I'll be working with, and I did not feel any pressure whatsoever, and it was actually a very awesome experience. My onboarding experience, however, at Async API was very small and very easygoing in nature, in the sense that for the first month I personally did not feel the pressure to get started writing documentation for the generator tool, where we were mostly learning and had a lot of meetings and a lot of sessions with our mentors where we got onboarded onto the project. I got to learn about Async API, the technical aspects of it, what it does and what is expected to be documented. It was very easygoing in nature, which was awesome. Another thing I discovered that is different between working in corporate and working in open source is the collaboration style, or rather the work environment, where in corporate it's very synchronous. Despite it being remote, you're still required to work within the same time frame with all your other teammates, where you get to collaborate and talk to each other in real time, which compared to my experience working in Async API, which has been very, very asynchronous, and you get to work at whatever hours that you want. Sometimes I was putting up pull requests at close to midnight. I was getting on Slack, talking to my mentor Lukasz, talking to Pratik, who is my colleague who I'm working with to document the generator tool. So it's been very asynchronous driven. We don't have to work at the same time. And what matters is you get your work done. It doesn't matter the time that you log in and start making your contribution. So that is very different from the experience working in the corporate world. Another thing about working in corporate is the impact. Most of the time, I don't really realize the impact that I am having because I don't get to interact with the end users on a day-to-day basis. So I don't know how impactful my work is. However, documenting the generator tool has made me realize how much impact my technical documentation is going to make, because Async API is is the official specification guide that is used by most of the asynchronous APIs to define their specifications. So I know that my work will be read, or rather my articles will be read by developers from all corners of the world and in all kinds of institutions, from big institutions to small institutions. I feel like the impact of the work that I have put in for the past 6 months supersedes the impact of the contributions I have made for even the past 1.5 years. So yeah, that has been a really awesome experience. Something else about working in corporate is, unless you are a very social person, or unless you are someone that really pushes yourself to talk about what you work on at your day-to-day job, which sometimes you can't even talk about because of contractual agreements. You can't really talk about what you're working on. So nobody really knows what has Florence been doing what is she working on? I feel that unless you are someone that can go on LinkedIn or go on Twitter and talk about what you did that particular day, apart from your teammates and maybe the project manager, nobody really knows about your capabilities, about your skills and experiences, unless you actively push yourself to broadcast your experiences and your work out in the public platforms. However, working at Async API, we regularly get tagged whenever a new feature gets released, and you're the one that has contributed to that. You get tagged on Twitter, you get tagged on LinkedIn. So, regardless of what you do, whether small or big, whether you are shy about broadcasting your work will be out there. Everybody will know this feature has been developed by Florence. This feature is solving XYZ. And this is, I feel that the impact it has on the career is very high because recruiters can instantly start reaching out to you because they have seen that you're contributing to this open source tool and they love your work. And yeah, you're visible on a global map because multiple people will be following an open source tool or an open source company like AsyncAPI. So definitely the reach and the impact of your work is global. Something else that I have found very different working in corporate versus working here at AsyncAPI is the collaboration and the communication style. Because in corporate, whenever you have work up, you just tag your teammates, you tag them, and you maybe put in this official Slack dev channel, please guys, review my PR. However, in open source, since open source, there are so many contributors, your mentors will get so many pings in their email about a new contribution, and they can actually get so overwhelmed with work that they don't really see your email. You have to be proactive about your work. You have to reach out to your mentors and to the maintainers of the project and tell them, hey, please review my PR. It's up, it's ready. This is what I have done. Maybe you can help with XYZ. And also, the collaboration style is very different because, as compared to corporate, where you work within the same time zone, so you can ping your colleague on Slack and get a reply immediately. You can hop on a quick Zoom call and resolve a problem. In open source, this is completely different because you don't work in the same time zone. Because when Alejandra starts working, it's like 6 p.m. for me, and I might not actually be online. It's very asynchronous. So if I have a problem, I just ping her, but I do not expect an instant reply. Or even my teammate Pratik, who is like 3 hours ahead. It has definitely been a very different experience, and learning how to work, collaborate, and communicate with people in multiple time zones in an asynchronous way. While working in corporate, you do get mentorship and support, but not in the extent that you do while working in open source. Because everybody has their own designated tasks, and while the mentorship and support that you get is more of helping unblock you whenever you are stuck, but also the developers can have a lot of work. So working in corporate, the mentorship and support is there, but the mentorship and support that I have received while working in corporate is really different from the mentorship and support that I have received while working at Async API. So the major difference is you don't get the constant support in corporate unless you actively ask for it. So sometimes you don't get a dedicated mentor to help handhold you for the first few months, as you are transitioning, as you are learning about the software, as you are learning about the tool. So that can be really hard progression or hard to adjust to as you are as an early career person. And also the support is not as immense as the one I have received while working at Async API. The mentorship that I have received has been very active, where we have a set 1 hour session each and every week to get unblocked. And apart from that, we can always reach out to our mentors during the week on Slack and ask them any questions, and they will get back to you. And if you need more support, you can always schedule for a support session via video call. That has been another thing that I have experienced that contrasts slightly to working in corporate. In corporate, we always have deadlines where you have a Jira task that has a specified weight, so you are expected to complete a certain feature within 1 day or within 2 days or within 3 days. So you have active deadlines to complete a certain task or a certain number of tasks within a given time frame. So in open source here at Async API, we don't have deadlines. It's more of an ownership, more of a proactive approach where you have to set your own deadlines. You have to just take ownership of each and every task that you pick up and make sure that you complete it. When it's up for review, reach out to your mentors, tell them, I have completed working on the specification file. Please review my work. And you constantly have to keep responding to the feedback and make sure that your tasks get merged according to the deadline that you have set for yourself. The next major difference is networking and community. Corporate organizations are not really community driven, so you don't really get to actively interact with the end user as a developer. So each and everything is conveyed by the project manager. And also, the networking is also there where you get to meet and to get to know your colleagues. However, in open source, it's more community driven, where there's a whole community of people who are supporting a certain tool. So you also get to network with the whole community. You get to work with people from the USA. You get to work with people from different corners of Africa. You get to work with people from Europe, from Asia. So I feel like the networking is more intense or much more effective while working in open source, and there's a supportive and active community supporting each and every tool. Thank you. That is all I had for today. If you have any questions, please don't shy away. Follow me on Twitter at Njeri Codes, or you can also find me on LinkedIn at Florence Njeri. Thank you.
Hello again.
Hi.
That was a great talk. Honestly, you have so many good perspectives, and a lot of the times what you discussed today isn't something that we discover in our careers until like years later. So the
Yeah.
fact that you have these insights and you've realized and thought about all of these things like already so young in your career is just amazing.
Yeah, it's all from the opportunity that you gave me to work at Async API. Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, you more than earned it. We are very lucky to have had your contributions this year. What do you think was your favorite thing about recording your talk for the conference this year?
I think just doing it, recording it to the end, because this was my first talk first conference talk, so I was very nervous. I deleted a lot of video footage. I started a lot, but doing it to the end, that was a major achievement, especially because I'm very camera shy. So it was amazing. Yeah.
Honestly, you did not seem camera shy at all. You seemed very professional, very confident.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Florence. I don't think we have any questions for you from the audience yet, so it looks like you get extra time free. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, for attending my session, and for having me today.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, I think we have a question on Slack. Somebody said that we have a question on Slack.
Okay.
I'm looking for it. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Question from Ben Granados. What has been your biggest challenge during this journey?
The open source journey.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, if I'm being honest, it's the PR feedback. I remember my first pull request, I got like 75 comments on the first day. So I was very, very, very shocked because that was a lot. That was a lot. I felt overwhelmed. But the good thing is I had you and Lukasz to guide me and to help me be more confident in approaching the feedback and to integrate the feedback that I received from my pull request. And in general, that has also helped me improve my writing style and to learn a lot more about technical writing. So it's both a pro and a con. So yeah.
Oh gosh, I know when we get feedback and we get like a lot of feedback, it's definitely overwhelming because it's like, oh no, I did it all wrong.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Yeah, I didn't look at it for like 3 days, so I kept pushing it back. Yeah, but I did it finally. Yeah.
You know, I really like that you're being vulnerable and you're so transparent and saying, wow, it stressed me so much that I actually couldn't even look at it for a couple of days. And I
Yeah.
think it's very valuable to share these experiences in the community so that as more new people join and start their careers, they'll hear from people like you and say, oh, that happened to Florence too. Oh, okay, it's not just me. Okay, it's all good.
Yeah.
And honestly, like getting a lot of feedback doesn't really change necessarily just because you're a junior or a senior or a principal.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that changes is that when you're younger, they're more willing to give feedback that's helpful. And as you get like older, they're like, this is wrong, fix it. So
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, okay, let's see. I do think that's the only question we got so far. Do you want to share a tip for like other folks who give their first conference talk?
Don't be too shy about it. Don't overthink it. Just press the record button and yeah, just try be confident about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, all right. Thank you so much, Florence.
All right. Thank you for having me.
All right, cool. And for everyone else that's on the stream, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go on a short break again. But this time at 15:35 UTC, we will have a surprise quiz for you. So if you join us, you might just win some swag, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have Ace and Ben and Thule running it. So don't miss it. See you folks at the break. Bye.
Hey folks, hello. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I think I need to do some tweaks. Um. Another day to fight restraint. Yeah. Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. Am I also good?
We are all
Yeah.
good.
Absolutely.
All right, cool.
Uh, yeah. Why not? I used to have a couple of issues with Restream, so I was like testing. I don't want to mess this up.
Okay, so Ace, I think that it's your turn to explain everyone what is the great surprise that we have prepared for this break, right?
Okay. Thanks for giving me such an honor, Ben. I really love that and I appreciate that. So folks, today I have with me Tuli and Ben, amazing folks from the community. And yeah, so a talk actually got cancelled. So we thought, okay, what can we do? We can't just let this slot slide, right? Then Ben had a fantastic idea and suggested, how about we throw in some quiz? And I was like, well, that makes so much sense. And now, if you are fortunate enough to be the winner of this quiz, Jesus, you're gonna have an amazing AsyncAPI swag pack. As you can see, in my display name, you can see the AsyncAPI preacher, which technically means whatever I'm saying here is actually true. So you'll be the first person to have the upcoming AsyncAPI swags. So trust me, we are currently actively working on this amazing swags pack with a new mascot design. So if you've seen the previous AsyncAPI swag, you can say we have a mascot in front of the swag. But this year we are actually, am I gonna say level up or upgrade the mascot? So we are upgrading the mascot to a new design, and yes, you would be one of the first person to actually have your hands on the design. So I'm super excited. So as you can see on the screen, we have the link to this quiz. I'm also gonna share the link on the live streams platforms, YouTube. Um, yeah, it's done on YouTube. Sharing on Twitch. Yeah, so if you guys are currently watching this live stream, actively watching this live stream, so feel free to share the link on your social media um, account with your folks that you think would be interested in participating. And also, before we get into it, right? So if you haven't followed Async API on our social media, I'm gonna be sharing a couple of links. Yeah, so stay tuned. So sorry, Tuli, for taking the time.
No worries.
Yes, so
Okay,
we
for the
have
moment,
our Slack channel.
we have 5 people for the moment, so we need more people participating because, as you said, Ace, this is a unique opportunity to get the new swag. So
Exclusive swag.
exclusive is once in a lifetime chance to get it.
Absolutely. So follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube. And also, if you're interested in, attending these community meetings we do have, or you're interested in, knowing more about Async API, we also have a calendar link. So that keeps you notified for the upcoming Async API community meetings, which also includes Async API live, Async API how to contribute talks, different kind of live streams, just to learn a lot about Async API. How many users do we have now?
We have 7, so shall we
Keep it rolling,
start?
guys. Keep it rolling. No,
Okay,
no. Let's see if we can reach 10.
So
Yeah, let's wait for a few more minutes to see if more people will join.
So I think that we need to motivate them a little bit more. So I'm going to ask you again,
So,
Ace, what is
what can I say?
the amazing content that the people is going to find in this incredible swag package that they will win?
Oh, so technically, I'm not gonna go into more details about what you can get or what you can't get. Okay, but I know for sure the first time I got the AsyncAPI swags, dude, I was like the most excited person, right? So I actually got this bow that I'm using right now. I've been using it so quality. Jesus, you need to have one, Ben. So I got some t-shirts, and I'm pretty sure we have some hoodies in the swag collections. So many stuff for that you guys can actually get, and also we are currently in the process of working towards an ambassador program. So if you want, if you don't stand the chance to actually get a swag from this quiz or from this event, you could actually stand a chance to get exclusive swags through the ambassador program. So it could be your way of contributing to the community, right? And in return, you get exclusive swag from the AsyncAPI community, right? So I hope this motivates you. I'm really terrible at motivating people.
No, but we already have a speak. We are 10 people on the quiz, so maybe it's time to start. If you agree, truly,
Yes.
are we ready?
Absolutely, let's do it. I'm
Let's do
ready.
it. So,
I'm not ready.
Boom.
I'm not
okay.
ready.
Anyway, so
Okay.
I'll start reading
Take
the first question.
Take a deep breath, Tuli.
Okay, another one. So
Okay,
Tuli,
this
breathe
is working.
in.
Wait.
We should keep going.
Wait, guys, I don't have the
Ben,
link. Ben, I have the link.
It's in the chat already. So, but I don't think
Okay.
that we are not allowed to participate. I think.
Okay.
Yes,
Alright,
I
no
don't think
worries.
you have to click on the link, Tuli.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay, folks, take a deep
let's
breath.
go. 3, 2,
Okay.
1. Let's go.
Go.
Boom. I love that
What
drumstick.
year the journey of AsyncAPI started? So you should be receiving in your mobiles. What are the options? Just 15 seconds
I think
to go.
I think it is 1960.
96,
God.
Oh, not in the option.
2016, 2017, 8015. Time is flying. Let's see.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Damn. This
Let
guy
me
is
see.
amazing.
The right question was 2016. So this is when everything started. Okay, so we have 5 people providing the right answer and 4 people failing. So okay, so don't worry, we have 10
Keep it up,
questions,
guys.
so you have time to recover. Let's go with the next one.
Mhm.
Who will
Okay.
read it? Ace or Tuli?
This is tricky. Tuli, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So the second question is, what is the total number of all GitHub issues created in Async API GitHub? Let's go, guys. I wish it was fast as fingers. Maybe it would have been easy.
No, what if I have slow internet connection? Jesus, I'm screwed.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Time's up. Okay.
Okay, Njeri.
What the fuck? Oh, why is Kuda there? Kuda, what are you doing?
Oh, the right answer was.
I'm coming for you, Kuda. I'm coming for you. You are not supposed to be here.
Anyways, so the right answer was 2,700. Is that right? It's amazing.
Yeah, awesome.
my
You can
God.
see the community is growing. So many.
I saw
We are
that
heading for
graph.
the moon, guys.
I mean, the graph that Lukasz shared was
Lukasz,
like
yes.
rocket ship.
Numbers don't lie.
Numbers
Okay,
don't
so
lie.
let's go with the next one. This is for you, Ace.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, guys. I think I'm having something covering. Can you see the question very well, Ben?
Yeah. So
Okay,
is this
cool.
for you?
How many? Yeah, I can say it now. How many
Sorry.
active contributors we had this year in GitHub? Contributors through issues and pull requests. How many, guys? I don't think I even know this.
Me too.
Even me. I think we can just do guesswork, eh?
We got it. We got it.
We have a change
Mm.
there.
Abir,
So-
dude, this guy is
my-
moving mad. Abir,
Oh my
really?
God. Abir, the swag ambassador. He's coming for the swag, guys. Come on now.
Hell,
Come
hell
on now.
no, hell no, not on my watch, not on my watch. I won't make that happen. That can't happen.
Okay, so this is been getting fun, right? So let's go with the next one.
Cool, dude. Aber, you're gonna have some internet issues. I promise you.
Today is birthday of AsyncAPI founder Fran Mendet. How old is he? 18?
It's been a shout out to you, Fran. Happy birthday, dude.
Undefined?
Happy birthday to
39?
Fran.
Or null? I have some doubts
I think
here.
it is null. I think it is null. I think Fran is 9 years old.
It's undefined, guys.
No, we can say Fran, so it's technically defined, but we can't tell if it's null.
Okay.
Okay, Rod is recovering a lot
Oh.
of the positions. So Rod, keep going. Let's go with the next one. Right question answer was 39. Okay, so he's
So
getting older.
I think we have another correct answer on YouTube. Rodrigo said not the number. So basically, Fran. Yeah, go ahead. I think this one's for Tuli, right?
Yep.
Yes, I think so. All right. So the next question is, which tool can be used to validate async API documents? Let's go. I think these questions are easy.
No. I think, yeah, because when you say validate, and the first thing that comes to my mind is I feel the photo studio is actually correct. So if you folks are out there, just select photo studio. I think that's the correct answer. I'm
Or
giving you
even
guys
Visual
easy tips.
Studios. Visual Studios is actually good. I mean, who doesn't use it anyway?
I know Kuda is gonna get that correct, and Abir. So I wonder why you
Abir.
guys are competing.
Okay, AsyncAPI Studio was the right one. We are getting close. Let's see the next question.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure Kuda and Abir doesn't get this right. Ah, Jesus, no, they're gonna
This
get
is
this.
for you, Ace.
So, Abir and Kuda, you guys are gonna have internet issues before answering this question, right? Which of these is not a message broker? So we have Apache Kafka, we have gRPC, we have RabbitMQ, and we have Eclipse Mosquito. So I think I don't know, Jesus, Aber and Kuda are gonna fucking get this right. These guys should stop competing.
Okay. The ambassador is leading the
Oh
scoreboard.
no! Why, Aber? You gonna do this to me?
Okay. Question number 7. Let's go. Which of these syntax object isn't part of the AsyncAPI spec? It will be info, channels, maybe pointers, components, or servers. This is not as easy as the others, right?
Yeah, and I think I feel servers should be the right answer because servers just feel right to me somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, if you don't know what a server is, please go check up the Async API documentation.
Dude,
Oh my God.
Abir, come on. You're gonna lose. You aren't gonna lose for once.
Okay, someone is asking if someone gave him inside info.
I have no idea. We need to kick this guy out.
These
He's so
questions.
desperate.
Yeah.
He's so desperate about his swags. I have no idea how.
What I can promise is that those questions were custodied in a secure way along the process, creative process. So nobody outside the conference team was able to see the answer. So there is no trick here. Let's
Absolutely.
go. The next one.
Yeah, I'm right, Sovik. You can say even someone from the YouTube channel says I'm right. We should kick Abir out of the competition.
Let's vote. Next question.
Okay. All right. Is Async API schema based on JSON schema?
So now I've got you this time, Abir. You're gonna miss this.
I mean, Abir is the ambassador. He's the swag ambassador. So maybe he should sit this one out.
He is not the swag ambassador. He made himself the swag ambassador. The guy is so desperate.
We love you, Abir. We love you.
No, we don't. We don't.
Okay.
You see? Oh, I
Oh,
think
God.
Kuda is going down. What's going on, Kuda? You better don't compete. Get out of there, Kuda. Same with you, Abir.
Are we ready?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
we're ready.
No. It's unfair for you to win, Kuda. No, you can't win. Not on my
Is this-
watch.
Is this one for you, Ace, or for me? I lost.
Yeah,
lost
I think it's for me. It should be for me. If I want my MQTT client to receive messages from a system defined with AsyncAPI spec version 2, which channels would I need to pay attention to? Is it channels with subscribe operators, channels with defined with href, with ref, or channels? So I can't say the last option very well. So I guess you guys can say it, right? This dude is not gonna die easily. Oh, a lot of folks missed that.
Channels with subscribe operations was the right answer. Just
Yes,
two
so
people.
because you basically have to subscribe.
Yeah. This is the end of the quiz. So let's see who won.
Okay, let's see.
No. Who won? Oh,
Tuli, can you make the?
Okay.
actually, can you announce the winner?
And I make.
I can't just do it.
Okay. I can't see properly.
Abir.
Can you?
Okay.
I mean, we lost the previous screen, but this is the full leaderboard. So who won is Abir. Second place,
Okay.
Steve, and third place, Annie.
All right. So let's give a round of applause to Abir, our swag
No,
ambassador.
I'm not gonna clap for that dude, man. I'm not doing that.
Okay. No, it's fine. Let's give the guy a round of applause. It's been fair.
Nice one, Abir.
Congratulations, Abir. You are winning an exclusive Async API swag pack, and I hope you enjoy. I feel like I'm Santa Claus, or we're almost towards Christmas. So, congratulations, Abir. This was fun as well. It was fun doing this. I think we should have maybe had 2 quizzes, maybe.
Hell no, because I think Abir, I know something's gonna happen to your swag. Trust me. You and I have to have a private conversation on Slack, so we have to sort this out. And I can say Akshat from YouTube isn't quite happy with Abir being the winner, right? So Akshat, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. I failed you.
Okay. We hope that you enjoyed this fun moment, and we discovered that we still have to learn a lot. Congratulations, Abir. So we will reach out to send you the package. And we are going to have another break of 10 minutes. And after that, we will go back with another talk titled Async API and Event API Products, a match made in heaven. So see you all later. And bye.
Bye, folks.
Let's enjoy this break.
Catch you guys later.
Bye,
Enjoy your
everyone.
break.
See you
And
later.
by the way, I enjoyed this moment with both of you, Ace and Julie. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Stay
Ben.
tuned, guys.
welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. We had so many great talks and speakers along the day, and we also had a great moment with the quiz. We hope you enjoyed it. The next talk title is Async API and Event API Products, a match made in heaven. And we have with us the Solace Dream Team, and this means Meaning and Tamimi. Guys, are you ready? Give me a sign. Perfect. So you are up.
Hello, how are you?
I'm excited to be here and share the stage for 1 minute with both of you. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, we saw Tamimi in the previous talk, but right now we have the dream team. So if you guys want to share what you guys do together,
that sounds like too much Tamimi. That sounds like too much Tamimi, to be honest with you. But I think you're on mute, Tamimi. But
yeah.
So I work with Tamimi at the CTO's office at Solace, and we work together thinking through issues, challenges, great stuff about event-driven architecture, and it's super fun to work with Tamimi.
Yeah. Is that true, Tamimi?
Yeah, that's. I'm actually super excited to be working with Jesse. We work on a lot of cool projects. We have a great time. It's so much fun working with Jesse because every single time we come up with a cool new initiative, and the combination of Jesse and Tamimi comes up with like great creative ideas. So this is why we're the dream team here, and I'm excited to be being here and showing what we have to present to you guys today, which is great.
Thank you both. Your joint energy is amazing. So I truly believe what you share, and probably the team around is also getting advantage of all the creativity and energy you have together. So do you want to share something else about the presentation, or can we just go ahead and play it and have a deeper conversation?
Async API hoodie. Some people are calling it out in the comments. I got this hoodie. I won it 2 years ago, I guess. Yeah, 2 years ago, beginning of early 2020. And I figured that this would be a great time to wear it.
Absolutely.
I bought this shirt from a store, and it has no connection to the Async API, but yeah, clearly Tamimi wins the shirt contest.
At least you did an effort of wearing something, Jesse. Just great.
Don't worry, Gis. You will receive the hoodie for this year. So next year, if you speak again, so you can come with the full package of T-shirt, swag. So
excellent. I'm writing it down.
Okay, so we all go to off stage and we will start the presentation. See you later in the Q&A.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the AsyncAPI conference. And I'm pretty excited today to present to you another topic that is near and dear to my heart. Today, I will be joined by my colleague, Jesse Menning, and I'll bring him onto the stage. Jesse, how's it going?
Hey, doing great. Great to be here. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. I'm excited for today's talk. We'll be talking about Async API and Event API products, as the title of our talk reflects. So I will go ahead and share my screen. So the title for today's talk is Async API and Event API products, a match made in heaven. Jesse, are you ready to start talking about this? I'm throwing some questions at you. Some of the questions you have not seen before, so I want to see how you perform on the spot. Are you ready for this?
I think I'm ready, but you never really know. So let's give it a shot.
Yeah. So people don't really expect my next steps. That's my motto in life. Don't let others know what your next steps are. All right. Good. So let's do this. So what is the problem that we're kind of talking about today? Like, I want to step back a little bit and present the problem to you, Jesse, and then we will talk more about this. So in my previous talk earlier today at the AsyncAPI conference, I presented an idea about event-driven architecture and how I compared EDA to a bowl of salad, and how there's so many different ingredients in this bowl of salad, and I compared it to when approaching event-driven architecture in general, there's so many different components. Some of these components, you gotta design your event-driven architecture. You have to mock and test your event APIs. There's so many different things about managing the life cycles of events. And I really like this slide in particular because it gives people the idea and the importance of that. Implementing an event-driven architecture is not just about the runtime aspect of things. It's not just about choosing an event broker or an intermediary layer to transfer your events. There's so many different components. And in today's talk, we're going to particularly choose two ingredients in this bowl of salad, which is the sharing and exposing the event APIs. Before passing it to you, Jesse, if you're presented by a bowl of salad, what is your favorite ingredients in this bowl of salad?
Well, actually, I was thinking exactly that as you were talking, and not only that, but like what element would share and expose event APIs be in that salad? And I would have to say that sharing and exposing APIs, I would say, is the bacon bits and the cheddar cheese of salads. That's the stuff that people actually really like. It can only exist in the salad because you have a baseline of like arugula or healthy things. That would be your sort of your discovery, life cycle management. These are the things that you build the salad upon. But the stuff that people focus on and really, really enjoy, of course, are the things that are not quite as healthy for you, the bacon and the cheddar. So I think the point being sort of a labored metaphor, but you do all this stuff in a quest to deliver business value, and the more boring arugula lifts things up and allows you to do the really cool stuff with sharing and exposing event APIs. And I think that's probably why you're so pumped up to talk about it, because it is the fun part of the thing.
It is. It's definitely the fun aspect of things, because that really kind of brings your event-driven architecture to a whole new level. So like, it's just like adding, and there's like a lot of creativity in this, because a bowl of salad is a piece of art for sure. You could have a lot of creativity added to it, and this is where the sharing and exposing of event APIs come in place. So let's delve more into this. Jesse, why do we need to expose APIs as products? So just in general, let's step back a little bit from the EDA world. Let's step back from eventing and asynchronous APIs, and in general, when anybody is dealing with APIs, let's take REST APIs as an example. Why do we need to expose APIs as products?
I think the API revolution was needed and certainly very fruitful, but at the end of the day, I think you need to justify things either through business value or through monetization or things of that nature. Otherwise, you're not going to garner the attention that you really need to fully implement a technical project. So again, moving back to the salad metaphor, if you want this to move forward, you need to have some bacon and some cheddar available for people to really grasp into. So I think that exposing APIs as products really sort of appeals to both technical people and to business people, and helps move APIs forward as a project within a particular enterprise.
Right. And one thing that every time I talk about API products, just in general, when it comes to working in an enterprise level where there's so many different organizations that are involved in the particular business value that you're giving a solution for, or there's different departments, or you're dealing with other stakeholders in the same industry, and they want to make use of the same kind of content that your APIs provide. So that is where bundling, from my perspective, bundling APIs and the functionalities of APIs and exposing them as products for other stakeholders to consume. This is where the power of API products just come in general. So, we talked about the importance of API products from an industry perspective and kind of a business operation side of things. Let's delve into the technicalities of API products and the definition of an API product by itself. What is an API product?
I think he really hit upon it. Using the word bundle, I think, is really, really appropriate. Where you have, and speak of the devil, you have a slide based on this. So I think the key really is the bundle, and you have individual APIs that you have laid out across there on the top, API 1, 2, and 3, and you can think of those as maybe more of a business line of business style API that they accomplish very specific things within the business. And then along the left-hand side there, you have API products. And so the creation of API product really is the bundling, the mixing and matching of lower level APIs into a higher level product. I think we talked a little bit about abstraction. The API product creates a higher level abstraction away from what's actually implementing the APIs into this product that may take something from over here and something from over there, shove them into something that makes sense in a sort of accumulation that doesn't necessarily reflect the underlying infrastructure. So I think there's a power in having things be a little bit more abstract and combining APIs into combinations that make sense to particularly external partners. They don't care how you're making the magic happen. They just want to have a collection of things that they can do that make sense at a business level.
Interesting, yeah. And you hit the nail right in the head when you mentioned kind of trying to bridge the gap between the business requirements and the underlying technical implementation. At the end of the day, the stakeholders, they just want to have kind of like a business requirement. So kind of here, there's an example of like there's different pricing levels out of product, and there's REST APIs behind the scenes that deal with the different pricing level. A stakeholder or another organization or another department or just another stakeholder in general might just want to consume different pricing levels without knowing what are the underlying APIs that makes this API product, or without having exposure to other APIs. Let's say as an organization, I want to bundle my pricing APIs under one product and just expose this. I don't want to expose different aspects of my business in the same bundle, pretty much.
Totally. Or you want to have a read-only view of pricing, but you definitely don't want to have write access available to it. So you expose different abilities to interact with things and also different levels of service, perhaps, if you want to prioritize different customers over each other.
Nice. The idea of API products in the REST world has been around for a while, and due to the popularity of REST APIs over the past years and years, there has been a lot of tooling on top of REST APIs that makes working with REST APIs pretty easy, pretty nice, and makes kind of the collaboration process and moving forward for either innovation and creativity around REST APIs much easier. Now,
fun.
Let's say that
Even
I am fun. Exactly. Yeah, that is like a very important thing, because working with APIs, if there aren't a lot of tooling around it, it would be pretty boring. But if there's kind of like a lot of tooling around it and you start working with bundling these APIs and building applications on top of those exposed APIs, things start to get much more fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a collaboration, it's like, you start grabbing things together from Nike and you bring in some other cool company, and all of a sudden you got like this amazing product that you created that's bigger than the sum of its parts.
Right. So moving on to kind of the next thing I wanted to talk about, bundling your APIs as API products is cool and everything, but it is also very important to associate specifications and documentation around these APIs. So when it comes to REST APIs, bundling them and exposing them as API products, what is the technology and the tooling behind REST APIs that would enable kind of the distribution of this bundled API product?
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely driven by Open API. And I think when we talk about API products, certainly my mind goes to sharing those things externally. And if you don't have a common more global standard that you can write to, that interchange, especially between enterprises, really falls by the wayside. So I think Open API and the emergence of truly what I think is a global standard has really driven the ability to expose APIs at a much greater level. And then you start getting these great gains from trade, the tooling that you're talking about, the exposure of really great API products that are both monetized and really, really useful for people who are trying to make something happen that may be totally different than the people who created the API product in the first place envisioned. And that I think is a really a powerful phenomenon.
Right. I cannot agree with you more on that front. So we've talked about REST APIs, API products, the tooling around REST APIs, and the specification that drives that kind of the distribution and the collaboration aspect of REST APIs, and standards such as Open API. But how does this relate to the EDA world, Jesse? So what do you think? How does this relate? We talk a lot about REST APIs. How can we relate this to EDA world?
Well, it's interesting. Clearly, I think there's the possibility of a parallel, and everyone on this conference, I think, is really passionate about async API and event-driven communication in general. And given the success of API-driven economies and the API products more generally within the synchronous world, certainly it would be pretty awesome if we could accomplish the same thing within EDA. And I think that would both helps EDA grow, and the growth of EDA helps event API products become more prominent. It's a sort of virtuous circle. So I think Async API can lead the way in it. I think that the synchronous world gives us a nice little template as to how to accomplish it. And like we were talking about, Open API serves a huge role in terms of the API economy. Async API, I think, has the real potential to serve the same kind of function within the API products on the event-driven side.
All right. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
That is problem
Async
solved.
API.
Boom, drop the mic.
That was easy. All right, let's call it a day.
So let's call it a day then. But this is like I really like your kind of comparison between REST and eventing, because any movement forward in the event-driven architecture world took some kind of inspiration from what has been done with the REST. So talking about specifications, we started with specifying REST APIs with Open API specs. This gave the birth of Async API specification to specify asynchronous events in the event API and the event-driven architecture. And then with the bundling and exposing and sharing and collaboration aspects of REST APIs, there was API products. And now we kind of took inspiration from the API products and created what we called an event API products. And that's kind of the parallel between, what's happening in the REST API world could happen as well with the event-driven architecture world, but we take kind of inspiration from these two and walk parallel with this.
But hold up one second. I am I'm an architect. I do a lot of stuff on PowerPoint. I do a lot of talking at conferences. You are down in the trenches thinking about doing real stuff, typing on computers, programming. So take me through, I think I have a pretty good idea about at a high level what these use cases are, but give me the real deal. How would you do this as a DevRel guy who actually does stuff for a living?
Well, put your seatbelt on and hop on this journey that I'm going to take you on, how we can take things from PowerPoint slides to put it in real world use cases. And I really want to cover a particular real world use case where REST APIs could really interact hand in hand with event-driven APIs. So let's assume that you have a kind of this use case, and you are an e-commerce platform. You have customers interacting with your order management system via REST APIs. And when I say customers, you can also think of it as other stakeholders that are interacting with your order management system via REST API. So this is kind of your typical REST API interaction, request response, and pulling off data from your order management system.
these REST APIs are governed by Open API spec. There's specifications, documentations around these REST APIs. And in fact, if some of these REST APIs from the order management system want to be bundled and exposed as API products, they could be done so and kind of documented, specified using Open API. So this is where kind of the Open API specs come in place. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is, your order management system, there's an underlying implementation where there's different microservices or different things that is happening. And this is where kind of asynchronous EDA implementations and interaction come in place, where you have kind of an inventory system, a shipping system, a CRM system. You can even have a fraud detection system. You can have a consumer sentiment system where in real time it publishes events and subscribe to other events and get these information from these events, and could also kind of sometimes send status updates to your customer stakeholders. Now, the same way we said that Open API specification is used to specify your REST APIs, and if you want to bundle your REST APIs, you bundle them as API products. You could do the same thing. We could take an inspiration from how this is done in the REST API world and do it in your asynchronous world, where you have other stakeholders who are also interested to know about kind of the different inventory systems. Let's say that you're building an analytics engine by a third party stakeholder who wants exposure to your underlying systems and wants to publish events about their analytics into your own system. This is where event API products shine. This is where Async API shines. This is where the collaboration, exposure of business capabilities in the eventing world also come to place in a very interesting use case. And again, once we enable different stakeholders, businesses, organizations to use event API products, you are moving forward in a much, much faster process. You're enabling innovation, you're enabling creativity, and you're enabling better development in your underlying organization in a much better way. So this is kind of like one example of how things are. Jesse, you have a question?
And more of a comment, actually. And I think it's really important to point out that it's not an either or kind of situation, like REST APIs versus async APIs. I can't tell you the number of clients that I've been talking to just over the past month who say what we really want is one-stop shopping for both internal users and external users to see every option available, both synchronous APIs and async APIs in one place, and they get to pick which API makes sense for them in the particular use case. What they don't want is a sort of bifurcated world where you go over here for REST APIs and you go over here for your async APIs. They want it all in one place. They want the tooling, the Swagger kind of thing where you get to do a sample and click here and you get to see the sample reply really, really easily. That's the kind of look that people are talking about, and I think that's the convergence between REST APIs and async APIs and the API products. It's truly not sort of event API products. It's not normal API products, period. It's everything together. Who cares how we get it? We just want to get it the way we want to have what we want to have. So it's a great example that you have there.
Totally. Yeah. All right. So we get the point. We understand that event API products are important. We know kind of what are the benefits of event API products. What are the steps that we need to create event API products? And we kind of summarize some steps needed to create event API products. And from our perspective, the journey to successful creation of event API products, we broke them down into 5 different steps. Shall we go over them, Jesse?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. So 5 steps to creating event API products. Step 1, discover the event system.
Yeah, I would say this is sort of like the arugula step of the process, because you're gathering system events. Either you're talking with people and discussing like, hey, this is what events we're putting out onto our broker, or you're running some sort of automated program that detects events and brings them into some sort of catalog. This is the boring hard work that unfortunately is really, really necessary to, as we build up the value chain, figure out what we can actually combine. So level 1, arugula.
One, arugula. Level 2, we have the assess. What do you think the assess and the usability and the value?
So I think you can have this big pile of system events / arugula, but as long as you don't sort of parse out what's helpful, what's not helpful, this is sort of the sorting of, oh, this is delicious arugula leaf that will be nice and peppery versus, oh, this has been sitting out here. This arugula is useful for one particular purpose, but not so great for a delicious salad that I'm building. So 2, again, not so fun, but really, really useful in the quest for a good
important.
salad. Yeah.
And then curate, bundling the events, kind of like figuring out what is the events that we need to curate.
Yeah, and I think this is slightly more fun, and this is a little bit more creative, where you think, all right, these are really important things, but how do they fit together like a piece of a puzzle? So I think here you're figuring out what kind of dressing you're going to pair with the arugula to really bring out that freshness. I would recommend a ranch because I always recommend ranch no matter what, but your preferences may be different.
Nice. And then before the last, we got the release process, kind of like releasing the bundled APIs events.
For sure, yeah, and this is the fun part. I think this is as we said before, the bacon and cheese layer of the salad. This is where you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor and see people really creatively using this bundle that you've created and evangelizing it. And one thing we haven't really talked too much about is the evangelization, the socialization of these things. And so getting to this part of the process is where I think you really get to have fun with your APIs, and then in turn see how people use them in ways that you never thought were possible.
And then finally, we got the manage aspect where you can like evolve and optimize. This is where, you've done the discovery of your underlying system. You've curated what are the events that you want to bundle and expose, and you've actually bundled them in an event API product, released it into, for your other stakeholders to use. And finally, you got the manage aspect. You can manage the event API products. And this is kind of like a continuous cycle where you continuously look at the end of what are the event API products that you released and you want to manage.
Totally. And you're thinking, man, maybe next time I throw some croutons on there because that would really, really improve this. This is sort of, the evolution of salad, and we always have to come back for our next meal, and we always have to think about what our next API should be.
Totally. Man, Jesse, that was a fruitful conversation we've had around event API products, about salads. It was a very delicious conversation. I'm pretty hungry right now, but it's great. I really hope we gave our audience or whoever is listening to this talk an idea on the importance of event API products, how to do them, what are the different steps that are needed behind just working with event API products. And Jesse, we are just scratching the surface on how things are being done. There's so many different things with event API products. I know what we have with our tool, the PubSub Plus Event Portal, which is a platform to help people manage their underlying event-driven architecture. We have a way to work with event API products that we didn't even delve more into it. But again, this was kind of just to scratch the surface, introduce the importance of event API products and how AsyncAPI fits with all of this. So throughout the whole process, throughout the whole journey, AsyncAPI is a passenger seat in this event API products journey, where you want to specify, you want to communicate what your event APIs are all about. This is where you use AsyncAPI to specify and document and explain what are the things behind your event API products.
Totally agree. I would call it the bowl, actually.
That's actually a good
the bowl which
analogy.
Constrains and defines the structure of your APIs.
Of your salad.
Of your salad,
yeah. Amazing. Okay, so I did have a kind of like a last slide, which is a where to next, and I kind of you touched on it. Do you have anything else that you want to kind of like cover for where to next after this, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting space, and I'm certainly influenced a lot by flow architectures, the movement behind sort of creating a worldwide flow of events throughout different enterprises. And I think seeing us expose out Event API products immediately leads to questions such as, well, how do we find these Event API products? And so I think that leads immediately to questions about discoverability, and also questions about, we can't have humans going and deploying infrastructure to support these events that are going out of particular enterprises. So how do we support more universal provisioning rules and allow people to get access to their event APIs without dropping an email out to an administrator, then 5 days later you get a queue deployed for you? I think those, as that slide sort of revealed at the last moment, speed is key. I think speed, both in terms of creating the event API products, but also discovering them, implementing them, tightening up that cycle is going to be key for the next evolution of event API products. And I think there's a huge role for standards to be used there as well, both probably within an Async API and other organizations as well. But in general, I feel like a very, very interesting, exciting time to be involved with both Async API and EDA more generally.
Okay, perfect. I think that kind of wraps up our talk for today. Jesse, thank you again for shedding some light on some of the information that we talked about. For anyone listening to us or watching us live or recorded right now, if you want more information, if you want to continue the conversation, please join the Solace community at solace.community. We have a lot of people talking about different aspects of event-driven architecture, including event API products. So if this was a topic of your interest, or you kind of learned something new, hop on the Solace community, send us a message. Let us know if this was useful or not, or if you kind of learned some new things about this. You'll find myself and Jesse in the community answering questions and chatting with people. So that's about it. Jesse, do you have anything else to say, or we're good?
I'm gonna go get a salad right now.
Me too. I'm gonna go get a salad. All right, Jesse. Thank you very much, and take care, everyone. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the AsyncAPI conference, and I'm pretty excited today.
Hey, Ben. So, I really enjoyed the presentation. So the way in how you both were going through all the full picture of APIs and also comparing between REST, because sometimes I think that most of the people have the view of API products thinking in REST APIs, but it was amazing seeing you guys helping us to go into the even API products. So thank you for that.
Totally. Yeah.
I'm going to check if we have some questions. Something you guys want to share while I'm looking for questions? I have two questions, but I'm waiting for the community to share more.
Yeah, just I guess a quick plug. You know, we always like to plug other speakers of this conference. I believe that the godfather of flow architectures is speaking at this conference. Urquhart. He is, I forget his first name actually. So I would definitely encourage you to check that out. He's definitely a visionary, really been influenced by his book. You heard me reference it just at the end of the talk there. If you're looking for one particular vision, and I think it's a good vision of what this could look like, definitely James Urquhart. Tune in for talk either before or after, actually. Yeah, I forget if he's talking before or after us, but it's definitely worth 45 minutes of your time to hear James talk anytime.
Yeah, we'll share it in the chat later, so thank you for the reference. Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going with my question. So in my perception, probably in the last years, we have kind of growth in maturity in enterprises to understand what API products means, but probably they are having REST APIs most of the time. So in your experience, are you finding challenges for them to understand the difference and what is the value or the difference, if there is one, between the regular or the typical API products and the event API products you guys talk about? So do you find them understanding the full topic, or still we have to gain in maturity there?
Jesse, I have a couple comments to say on it, and then Jesse, maybe if you want to add on top of that. Well, pretty much, as we proceed forward with the whole event API products movement and trying to educate people about it, as I mentioned earlier in the talk, we've been drawing inspiration from how things work in the REST API world. So when we started introducing event API products to people who are already aware of API products, it was kind of a smooth transition or understanding, because there was something that they can relate back to and say, all right, similar to, we already understand the motive behind API products. We understand why it's needed. So we didn't find a lot of difficulties in promoting why event API products or like API products in general is important. Now, I think maybe the challenges come in place is when we introduce event API products to people who are not aware of API products in general. So who are asking like, what are API products? So we delve into this path of explaining the importance of API products, regardless whether it's REST or messaging, and then focusing more on the messaging aspect. So that's kind of where I see the challenges could come in when we explain use cases of API products in general and for eventing in specific.
Yeah, and I would say that the major thing that wins people over is the business value. I don't think people are tied necessarily to either REST or event-based APIs. I think it comes down to, is this going to give me the best bang for my buck? And if it's something that needs near real time and it needs to be redundant and available and fault tolerant, then there's a strong case to be made for an event-based solution. And if not, then maybe the better solution is REST. I think what we see is this sort of hybrid approach where, give me the information I need, I'm pretty independent in terms of how I get it. Then maybe that will shift a little bit over time as people become more familiar with event-based protocols. But I think in large part it'll always be driven by the business need.
100% agree. So, and your reference to business value, I think that right now every single enterprise is looking for get more efficiency, right, and increase the revenue. So I think that is the right moment to is a good moment, as you guys said, for increase the adoption. And my second question is regarding user experience or developer experience, let's say. On my perspective, API products in the standard REST view help it to get adoption of APIs, not only by developers, but also other audience, right? Like product folks. What is your perception? This can help probably to open the door of AsyncAPI for other kind of audience, business or product guys, like understand much better how it works and work with them more efficiently.
Yeah, I think there's a huge story about tooling. I think that's another consistent theme that I've been drawing out is as AsyncAPI evolves and becomes more complex and becomes, the objects within AsyncAPI API, especially with version 3, become more reusable. The tooling surrounding AsyncAPI becomes more important. And I totally agree that there's this very nice user experience around synchronous APIs, REST APIs. I was talking to a client yesterday, and he's like, yeah, when I pull up a REST API, I get the Swagger doc, and then I get like, a little thing where I can just click on the button and they send in a real request and it comes back with a real response. And I can actually sort of visualize it and change the parameters. And like, that's fantastic. My developers love it. And that's why they love REST. And so I think I'm getting to the heart of your question. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that tooling, that user experience, I think really was a huge driver behind behind the adoption of REST APIs, and I think he'd probably also be really basically didn't mention the Postmans of the world that gives developers like this really nice user interface to exercise their REST APIs. And as EDA and Async API becomes more mature, hopefully those toolings will come alongside as well.
Yeah, and I want to add something else as well to that. Another factor that was a catalyst to adopting REST APIs for non-technical users like product owners, like what you mentioned earlier, Ben, was kind of the presence of API portals, which is it was really a one-stop shop for developers, for technical people and non-technical people to come together, where the technical people or developers would interact with the REST API through this API portal, and then there is an open API spec specifications and documentation about the REST APIs where non-technical people could also interact from that perspective. And again, drawing inspiration from how things were done that enabled other non-technical people and expanding the horizon of stakeholders involved, there is, the event API portal also kind of takes that vision in saying that it is a one-stop shop where you have event API products where non-technical users and technical users could also interact together, and powered by async API specifications behind the scenes that enables the documentations and the collaboration as well.
Thank you both for your answers. So we have, I think people is getting inspired because of this discussion. So we have more questions. We have one question coming from YouTube by Federico Moya. And the question is for Tamimi, but yes, you can add about that later. What protocols do you recommend to expose an event API? What do you think, Tamimi?
Yeah.
Any recommendation?
Yeah, from a perspective, like every event API products, like, when event APIs are being exposed, there's more information about, so it's not just what the topic is and what's the schema of the message that is being published or you can subscribe to. There's also more information about how do you connect to the service, what is the protocols that you use to connect to the service. So part of the definition of an event API product is we include what protocols you use to consume this data. So whether you use an open standard protocol like MQTT or MQP, you could use Solace to connect to consume an event API product, or Kafka. So regardless what your underlying use case, it depends on the use case, you could have any other product. So I think it's the notion of event API products should be protocol agnostic. You should not be tied to a specific protocol in order to use an API product or to define an API product. That's my stance on this.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, clearly, Tamimi and I work for Solace. We think it's good, but certainly there's a lot of really good brokers out there and open source alternatives as well. I do think the conceptual move towards, we can expose these things as APIs is more important than the pipe you use to get it out there. I mean, that will certainly is a huge factor as well, but the conceptual move, I think, is the most important thing to get started with.
Great. Another question again from Federico Moya and again from Tamimi, but yes, please share your thoughts. Question is, on traditional API products, events are usually communicated by webhooks, which are HTTP requests. How webhooks compares to other approaches like communicating event by message brokers? Let me read that again. Sorry, folks.
No,
I did. You get it? Or do you need me to read it again with my pure English?
On the list,
I mean, it's in the chat, so maybe you can just go ahead and reply.
Do you want to take
and save me from this embarrassment.
No worries.
No, all good, man. Well, that's a good question, and this sort of goes to the heart of a deeper level comparison of what different protocols provide to you in terms of is it a pub sub protocol? Is it how redundant is it? How much routing do we provide? That type of thing. And so again, in some cases, webhooks are fantastic, and certainly they're widely used and now definable within Open API, which I think is fantastic. But I think that it deserves some real thought about what you're trying to accomplish and the end of technical goals. So, Tamimi, you got more?
something
I
to add to
agree. Yes. Yeah. So like, you know, well, I echo what you said, Jesse, from that perspective. So it really, you know, when I mentioned protocol agnostic, is you can consume event API products from an event portal and see what are the API products that you want to interact with, and then using a messaging protocol and the destination broker, you can use a protocol that is supported by this destination broker to consume the event API products. But the way that they're communicated to other people is over an event API, an event portal.
Great. And we have a last question coming from Taba Baridul from YouTube. And it's for both of you. So this is this
Sorry.
one.
I'm getting slacked actually that we need to wrap up, unfortunately. So can we promise to answer this question on Slack, and we'll yield the floor to others. This has been fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
And we will promise to answer stuff on Slack, because obviously both Tamimi and I are pumped up about this and interested in talking about it further.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, both of you. People love your talk, and we hope to see you next year presenting more cool stuff. And
Thanks.
I'm going to free you both, so let me just...
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
Okay, that was an amazing talk. I hope you enjoyed like me. And now it's time for a long break. So we have 40 minutes. And next talk by Daniel Farrelly will talk about an auto-documenting and event-driven architecture using AsyncAPI and Inngest. So see you in the next 40 minutes. And that's it. See you. Bye. Dan?
Hey, how's it going now? Yeah, I can hear you great.
Thank you for being with us today. Is there something you want to share about you or the talk before we played it?
Yeah. Just I'm excited to kind of share all of this with Async API community. I think a lot of what Async API and the community and the tooling behind it is very much aligned with the ethos of what we're trying to do at Inngest. Oh, sorry. I got sorry, two audio channels coming in. Yeah, no, it's really fun, and I think some of the things that we've shared here is kind of very early concepts on what we can do and what we'd like to do. We'd love to leverage Async API more and build kind of more of the tooling that works in the Async API ecosystem right into our product. So the talk will share more about all this, but yeah, I'm just excited to share this and get some feedback from the community and see what they think. And that's what we need to get better and build better in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So we are going to start the presentation, and we hope we will have that feedback and some questions to continue the discussion after that. So see you in 30 minutes. Bye.
Hi there. My name is Dan, and today I have the pleasure of sharing with you a little bit about an auto-documenting event-driven architecture using Async API and Inngest. Here's a short overview of what we'll cover in the next 20 minutes or so. First, we'll briefly cover why event schemas are important. Then we'll discuss why one would want to automatically generate event schemas. I'll then dive into exactly how we do this at Inngest. And lastly, I'll finish with how you can do this yourself. All right. So first, I'll share a little bit about the person that's speaking to you right now. Again, my name is Dan Farrelly. I'm a founder at Inngest.com, and I'm the former CTO at Buffer. I love chatting about event-driven architecture and home restoration. I just recently renovated a 100-year-old home during the pandemic, so, hit me up if that's your thing. If event-driven architecture is your thing, which I'm guessing it is, if you want to reach out to me after this talk, shoot me an email at dan@ingest.com. That's 2 N's in ingest, I-N-N, okay? That's very important. So I'd like to take this opportunity to explain what Inngest actually is. So Inngest is an event-driven platform that makes it easy for developers to build, test, and deploy serverless functions that are triggered by events without having to worry about infrastructure, queues, stateful services. And to think about it, the key components of Inngest are a serverless event stream and a job scheduler that calls your functions on demand as events are received. So with Inngest, you kind of get everything you need for an event-driven architecture in a single platform, from schema registries, logging, metrics, SDKs, tooling, etc. So that's not exactly what we're talking about today, but let's dive in and go back to our agenda and start with why build event-driven. Now, I don't believe that I need to convince this audience, but with the focus of this talk, I wanted to share my opinion. I think that event-driven architecture can be beautifully simple. The way that I think about it is that you're publishing facts and running code using those facts. So the other key benefits to building this way that I see are flexibility with multiple consumers of the same event, which then naturally leads to being able to create highly decoupled architectures. You could have long talks about just this topic, but I wanted to just share what I think and what I feel about some of these things, some of these key hitter points that I think are related to what I'll be talking about today. So moving on from there, what is the most important part of an event-driven architecture? I'll give you a little hint. This is not a trick question, okay? It's the most important part's events. It's events, right? This should have been pretty obvious, but I think it's worth a mention as we often get carried away sometimes as engineers in the details of the architecture itself and lose focus of the core component. So since events are facts, they're immutable. They cannot be changed. A key responsibility of the system is to make sure that the services, or maybe you can say different teams are publishing those facts correctly. So in order to accomplish this, we must document these facts and add control mechanisms to our system. And as you might have guessed, this is where we get to AsyncAPI. So given that you're tuning into the AsyncAPI conference today, I'm going to assume that you know what AsyncAPI is. And I think it's not too controversial to say that the core of AsyncAPI is the spec itself, right? You need to create a spec for it to be anything, right? Without the spec, it doesn't work, right? So how do you create those specs? I think the first option that most people start off with, which is fantastic, is to write it manually, right? You want to describe your system. You want to be intentional. You want to think about what events you're sending. You can collaborate on this with your team. Maybe you end up using something like Git to collaborate on your system spec, right? You debate fields and how it's structured and consistency, naming, casing, all that, right? Formats that you're going to use. And I wanted to highlight today another option, which is to automatically parse the events flowing through your system in real time and then generate the documentation itself. So it's kind of the reverse. And I'm sure maybe some of you don't like this if you're very adamant about the first one, and there's pros and cons to each approach. But I think that automatic generation is underrated. And so I wanted to talk about this today to highlight a little bit more and say, what are some cool things that you can do to generate these async API specs and what you might be able to do in your own system? So going from there, now we get into the details of how we do this at Inngest, right? Early on, Inngest chose to use JSON as our event format for our API, since JSON is ubiquitous and it requires no tooling compared to other formats like Avro or Protobuf. So nothing against those formats, just we wanted to go simple, something that you actually didn't need a library or anything to get going with. Each user sends their event payload in JSON to the Inngest API using a unique key. So as each event is received, the payload is sent to a specific worker that then parses that event just out of the payload and generates a schema. So the system enables each client or service or microservices architecture to specify what this version of the event that they're sending is. And we have a standardized V field to specify the version, which is just a string and you can put anything you want in it. So every time that V value changes, we expect that it's a new version. So every single new version is parsed, generated, and then stored in this meta format. And the meta format that we use is called Q. You may or may not have come across Q yet, but we think it's a pretty phenomenal tool. Q is a data validation format, which can parse, validate, and generate JSON, YAML, and OpenAPI compatible JSON schema. So we chose this format as it enables interoperability across many different formats, as I mentioned, especially JSON schema. So our custom parser, which is open source, and I can share that link afterwards. You can find it on the Inngest org on GitHub if you want to. Our parser, it walks any JSON object and generates a Q definition. So it traverses the whole thing and generates it in that format. So you can see an example Q definition here in this slide on the right in our standard event payload format. And it has our V version field, as you can see, which tells our system that the version has been changed and it should be parsed again. And now that we have a format that can generate JSON schema, right, we can generate async API specs, right? Because that's what it's based on. Right? So this is where it starts to get interesting. Now, I've described to you in broad strokes how our system works, but I did want to share this high-level, generally simplified architecture diagram of how Inngest works in this fashion, including our schema validation, parsing, and the registry. So as I shared a couple slides ago, clients send events to the Inngest event API. and we immediately publish the event to a pub subtopic. Implementation doesn't matter in this, just a pub subsystem. So those events are then consumed by an event recorder, which then in turn passes the event to the schema validation library. Depending on the version of the event, it is either validated or it is parsed into a queue format and then stored in the account's schema registry. So depending on what that field is, it's either chosen to validate against or to generate a new schema if it's recognized. So once that event is validated, it's then passed back to the job scheduler, which determines what serverless functions to evoke for that given event. So as our system works is we have serverless functions that then declare what events they want to trigger them. It could be one event, it could be multiple events, but that's how our system works. So when the event comes through, the scheduler goes and finds those corresponding serverless functions to execute, and then it invokes them. So this is Ingest in a nutshell. There's schema parsing, validation, registry, all out of the box, right? So the end product is our event schema registry. This is a given example of an event called user.logged.in, right? Something simple concept. And this shows the different formats of the event schema, including queue, JSON schema, TypeScript, and a simple table view with all the fields. So this is built into our platforms. For every single event, you get the history, and you can see what functions were called or are associated with that given event. And then you get every single version of the schema. So you can go through when it was first seen, what you call the first version, and what the format is. So that's really useful of knowing about when did things change, when did things update. And then all of these types are generated, and we can use these meta formats to now generate even things like TypeScript to be used in our TypeScript SDK, which is exciting. What I think is really cool about this is, all this data, of course, is coming from somewhere. So it's coming from our API, which now, means that it's portable, right? This view that you're seeing right here is only showing the latest version of this given event, but at the higher level view, you can click through every single version. So we think this is pretty useful, and our users get a lot of use out of it, and we use it internally and love it. I think the end result is a fantastic match. So let's see how the ingest system comes together with AsyncAPI. So each user workspace, which is separated into production and test environments, has its own registry, its own separated registry, and each event requires a name. So these are great things if you know the AsyncAPI spec. Now, together, this now enables us to fetch JSON schema from the ingest API and use that schema to easily build our AsyncAPI spec. We have JSON schema. You're seeing where this is going. It's OpenAPI compatible. To simplify this part, we wrapped all this logic into a simple NPM package. So this is just something small that you can use very quickly to get going. So why translate this to AsyncAPI? That's just a little pause question before we go further. We already have queue, we have JSON schema, we have TypeScript, we have that table view. Why translate it? I think, of course, the key benefit is to allow users to tap into the AsyncAPI ecosystem. I'm sure there are many other talks today and across this conference that are going to be talking about various parts of the ecosystem, including tools like code generation and documentation and sharing system architecture and whatnot. That's the value in embracing this format. So one feature that we're also looking to support in the future, which is kind of the reverse of what I'm talking about today, is where you can take that AsyncAPI spec and then push it using it in a format to manage your schema registry. So you can update your versions and you can push it as a kind of a management format. And I think this is something that some tools are doing well, but there are still a lot of gaps with managing event schema and enforcing it and whatnot. So we think that, as I'm sure a lot of you all today think, that AsyncAPI should be the format to be able to standardize around these systems. We'd love to really lean into that further and extend this. So we'd love feedback from y'all. If you have ideas in the future at the end of this talk or later, shoot me an email. I just wanted to jump to seeing it in action. Okay. So here it is. We're generating the Async API spec from your Ingest account. It's simple. You just first install, if you're familiar with NPM. Otherwise, if you're not, it's just a little package manager for the JavaScript ecosystem. So you can grab the Ingest CLI, quickly log in to your account where you've been sending all your events. And then you can use npx, which is a little npm extension command, which allows you to install and run something very quickly. And you can just run npx at ingest/async API. And what that does is it uses your login, your current session on your machine, and it grabs all of the JSON schema from our API. And then it iterates through all there, gets the latest version only currently, and then it generates the entire spec. So it generates it in YAML and formats it. So it's almost instant because it's already been generated, right? We already have the JSON schema. We can iterate through every single version. So we can look at latest, we can look at anything. It can be pretty dynamic and pretty flexible. And I'd love to hear, like I said, more ideas in this because I think it'd be really cool. We generate this really quickly. And you just need this one command and you can on the fly generate it. So really, in theory, anyone on a team could log in and pull the spec automatically from this event schema registry. That's it. Now with your generated spec, you can use all of the great tooling in the Async API ecosystem to generate code, documentation, and share across the entire organization. So I wanted to share this screenshot of this is my Ingest demo account. And so this is all like a bunch of test events that I have in my mini event-driven architecture system. And it's using Async API Studio. And what I think you can see here is that these, because they're all published events, you can see every single event that you have automatically generated in the format that maybe many of you are used to or want to, or currently learning about and wanting to embrace. So this is just one example at the top where it shows you that there's this account created event. It shows you the nested formats. And of course, this event is not super interesting in terms of the schema of it itself, but yeah, I think it's really cool. And you can then tweak it, edit it, or generate other things, generate your own documentation. There's a lot that we can do here. And I'm excited to start to embrace the Async API spec and to use that as a format that maybe some folks can use and jump into Ingest or pull out and have some familiarity. As I think we hope that it grows and becomes an even more popular format that everyone can be used to and be comfortable with. It allows people to enter and exit systems and pick up things and understand the system much easier. So this is only our first version. We hope to add on many layers of Async API integrations. And I hope this today gave you a little overview of ideas of how you might be able to build a similar schema registry and auto-documenting event-driven architecture, maybe in your own system. So thanks for listening. I really appreciate it. I'd love to hear some questions. And again, you can hit me up at DJ Farrelly on Twitter to send me any ideas or feedback, file bug reports. I'll send you the GitHub repo and whatnot. You can find it at the Inngest. Again, that's INNGEST. On GitHub, you can find our library there, and you can find it on NPM. And email me at dan@ingest.com anytime. Well, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dan. That was an awesome presentation. Is there something you want to share? I have to check if we have questions in the different channels we are showing the live, but something you want to share?
Yeah, nothing like immediately than more than I shared already. But I did want to also I gave a talk a couple weeks back at a part of the KubeCon kind of week called Reactive Summit, and that'll be on YouTube soon. But it kind of dives in more of like about our architecture and about the broad level like system, because we built it in an open source way where our core and the entire system is open source. So it's meant to be a kind of pluggable system that if you wanted to run yourself, you can. And the main aim with our system is to allow developers who, lower the kind of the bar to get into event-driven architecture. I think that some of the things that are difficult in this space, the people who are excited are very excited, but a lot of those people have experience in building the system. So we wanted to make it more approachable in ways that other products and other projects have in the past for, different types of things like, scale, like auto scaling databases, like something like a Planet Scale, or something like Vercel, making deploying to the edge and building applications so much easier. So we aim to try to help that with event-driven architecture. So that's really the ethos behind what we're doing. And I dropped some links in the YouTube stream to also share some links to our open source in case anyone's interested in digging a little bit deeper and seeing how the entire system works.
Thanks for sharing those great resources. I have one question, and it's not exactly related to the architecture, but this is more what inspired you to create Inngest? So when you created or founded Inngest?
Yeah. So my co-founder and I, Tony, we're old friends, and we came back together after not connecting for several years. And what's funny is he ended up leading engineering teams and I ended up leading engineering teams, and we kind of reconnected on some topics around just event-driven systems. And he had to build a lot of kind of complex systems when he worked for his previous company. And it was a lot of these healthcare flows where you had to build things like if you would send a package to somebody and that was being an event. When they received the package, or when that delivery person would deliver that package, that would be another event. And then there were certain conditions in terms of healthcare regulations that said if the person had not received or told the company that they had received that package within a certain time, there was a regulation that they had to notify someone. So all of those it's event-driven systems. So he went very deep in that space and started thinking we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel with this. We should be able to use tools that are off the shelf to do these complex workflows, all using events, cancellation, delays, whatnot. And, simultaneously on the other side of things, I was working at Buffer, and we were aiming to, we were building out these new systems for a lot of inbound, heavy webhook, heavy social media events for our engagement, social media tools and whatnot. And all in real time. So we were dealing with all these events. We started to bring in ML, and we started running to run analysis on those events in real time. So we started to build a system, and I started to realize that we're rolling a lot of these things ourselves. We had a small infrastructure team. We wanted to go lean even more into events, but it was a big, it was just a big undertaking. And with a small engineering team that you're trying to be lean, it's hard to kind of build those systems all in-house, even if you can figure it out. So we aim to kind of bring those things, those tools to people in ways that they don't need to be a Kafka expert, or they don't need to know every detail. They can at least start getting started with the system, and then eventually, kind of grow and learn more as they go deeper. It felt like there was a gap there. So that's what we're building.
And we love you guys build this. We have one other question, and is directly asking where the people can find more resources about Inngest. In Slack.
Yeah, I think the easiest part is our website. I'll send it over in the Slack channel as well. It's inngest.com, INN. It's 2 N's. It's like a house for your data, like an N. So it's Inngest. And so I'll send that over. Inngest.com, also Inngest on INNGEST over on GitHub. And that's where we have all of our open source repos. So you'll be able to see our SDKs. The library that I demoed today is also on there. And you can see links to NPM, as well as our core open source library, which is just known as Inngest. So if you go to github.com/ingest, you'll be able to see all of our open source projects on that way. Or people can also email me if they want. We have a community if people want to share input as well and get involved.
Amazing. And I have one last question. Do you have something to share about upcoming features you are going to put in Inngest? Something you are cooking?
Yeah, there's a couple things that we're really excited about. The one that we're actively working on right now, that my team is working on the second, is rolling out step functions or multi-step workflows with our SDK. And what that is that you can write kind of these complex flows, including, like I mentioned, that my co-founder Tony had done at his previous company, where you can write just in code to say, when I receive this event, run this code, then wait until I receive this event that matches the previous event, say the same user, and then run more code, sleep for 4 days, do some more things. So you can build these kind of all event-driven multi-step experiences that can be things like drip campaigns, complex data ingestion workflows that might take several days or weeks. So that's really exciting. And then we're also building one other thing, if I had a second, is we're building a new interface on top of our developer tools. So because Inngest is open source, what we also have is the ability to run it in memory on your own laptop. So you can install an Inngest and run it and get the entire stack right on your machine. And what we're building is a real-time interface. So imagine if you had an event stream like a Kafka running on your machine and this and that in 20 different Docker containers. We want to give you a single dependency that you can install very quickly and spin up and start firing events at, and it'll call all of your functions. And what the interface does is it gives you a live stream of all your events, the payloads, the schema, what functions they called, and then every function, what steps ran, what was successful, what was not, what is running actively, what was replaced. And that's really cool. We're working with the designer currently to kind of design that out, and that should be with us in honestly a couple weeks. So there's some really cool stuff that we're working on just to honestly make it easier for people to build these systems, so they don't need to kind of stand up Kafka and local kind of systems and 20 Docker containers and producers and consumers. They can just kind of start writing with minimal things and great tooling. So those are the two biggest things that we're really excited about.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think it is all the questions we have. Thank you very much for being with us today and sharing what Inngest is doing and how to match with AsyncAPI. And people can reach out to you through Twitter or in the community if they want to dig deeper. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
And bye.
Thank you, everyone.
So we now have 12 minutes of break. So see you after that. And we will have the last talk of today presented by Alejandra Quetzalli. You all know who is her. And she will be talking about how syncing API docs got a facelift in Google Season of Docs 2022 contribution. So see you later. Welcome back, everyone. We had this more than needed break, and now we are ready to go with the last presentation. That is going to be by Alejandra Quetzalli. You all know who is her. And the title is How AsyncAPI Docs Got a Facelift, Google Season of Docs 2022 Contributions. Let me check if Alejandra is around. One second. Yeah, he's here. Are you ready, Alejandra? Hello, Alejandra. How are you?
Hey, Ben. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just enjoyed all the amazing content that we saw today with cool presentations, and I'm excited about what you are going to present. Is there something you want to share with the audience, with the community before starting?
Well, other than I hope people haven't fallen asleep by now. It is the end of the day, so hopefully my talk will not be like too much of a chore to listen to. I try to make it interesting, so I hope that people enjoy it. It's really, I think it'll be exciting for the community to learn more about how the entire community this year got involved in expanding the docs. So I think it'll be nice to hear more about what the community did for open source and docs.
I'm sure about that. With further ado, let's go with the presentation and see you in the Q&A. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Hello, how are you all? And I'm sorry, but I only speak two languages, so I'm gonna have to keep it at that. All right, so thank you so much for coming this year again to AsyncAPI Conference 2022. It's so exciting to see a lot of familiar faces here. As you know, we're excited about helping build community here. We're excited about open source, but we're also excited about EDA, event-driven architecture. So, with me, we're going to talk about how our docs have changed a lot over the past year. We're going to talk about specifically a lot of the contributions that came from our GSoD contract/internship writers. They did a lot of hard work, both onboarding and, well, more about this in the next few slides. So yes, today's presentation is called How AsyncAPI Docs Got a Facelift. As you already know, this is thanks to our GSoD 2022 contributions. And for those of you that don't know me yet, my name is Alejandra Quetzalli, and I work with doing a lot of open source work currently with AsyncAPI initiative, and I do dev docs for sure, but besides being a documentation engineer, I also find myself accidentally sometimes doing a little bit of developer relations like today. So here we are, and here you are with me. So welcome, welcome. If you're kind of new to the initiative, just in case you didn't know, if you're wondering where to find us in different mediums, different platforms and channels, well, of course, there's our website, AsyncAPI.com. And of course, today, as I'm speaking about docs, I am most enthusiastic about AsyncAPI.com/docs personally, but we're going to go see those, all of those awesome stuff in just a little bit. We also have our GitHub, AsyncAPI, same handle, our YouTube, same handle, AsyncAPI. The only one in which we were not so lucky was Twitter, because apparently AsyncAPI was taken, so we had to go with AsyncAPI spec. For those of you that haven't followed us on Twitter yet, now you know why we don't just have AsyncAPI. And then in LinkedIn, AsyncAPI, got that one. And don't forget about Slack. If you haven't joined us in Slack yet, you should be in our Slack, mostly because that's essentially our primary form of communication, aside from, of course, public, pull requests, issues, discussions, and things like that on GitHub. So yes, just go to AsyncAPI.com and then just super easy /Slack invite, and you'll be able to join our channel, and we'll be excited to talk more with you. All right. So today we are here to talk about essentially four main things. We're going to share with you our GSoD interview and selection process, how we ran it this year on behalf of the initiative. We'll also talk to you about the new things that are happening, that have happened since the internship started. Our information architecture has completely changed, if you haven't noticed. And we now have finally the ability to integrate UML diagrams, amazing, great engineering diagrams, into our documentation. And we really were missing more visual elements of learning in our documentation. So I'm very excited about the work on this one. A shout out as well to the person who helped add this dependency and set it all up perfectly in our website, because it was magic. But he didn't just update the the package JSON file. He actually had to go in and like make a couple of changes to our website. So big shout out to him for his work. So thanks to him, we now have diagrams. And then at the end, we will also discuss what is left to do for GSoD, which GSoD actually will be done not until the end of November. So as you can see, there's still a few weeks ahead of work, and I'll show you it all is going to look like at the end, so that you can better appreciate all the hard work and effort that came from our GSoD contributors. All right, so if you're wondering, hey, I wondered how the interview and the selection process worked, at least this year, at AsyncAPI for GSoD. What was going on? Well, I'll have you know, we had well over 200 applicants. It was insane. I was like, what is happening? Like every 5 seconds, like somebody new was like sending me and responding to our request. And I just couldn't believe that so many people had seen, yes, this tweet. I sent this tweet. I tweeted it one day, went back to work or whatever it was that I was doing for the day. And then next thing I know, 24 hours later, when I woke up the next day, I see that we have, oh my goodness, all these retweets and well over 160 retweets. We had over 300 likes. And apparently some folks from within the Nigerian tech community started tweeting it. They saw it somehow. I guess they were in my network. And next thing you know, literally I had people from all kinds of different countries in Africa, a lot of people from Nigeria. I'm not kidding. I felt like I had talked to basically to half of Nigeria. I'm exaggerating. So I wrote joke. Yes, this is a joke. Fact, I did though, however, interview well over 100 people. I spent like 2 weeks just like interview after interview after interview, just back to back to back. I just dedicated myself to meeting a lot of potential new community members because I was excited to see the huge thirst and hunger for learning how to become an open source documentation engineer, a technical writer, as some people call it. I consider us more documentation engineers and just technical writers because we write, but sometimes we still have to understand and write code ourselves. So anyway, all candidates were asked the same 3 questions, and I structured the interviews this way very carefully and on purpose because I wanted to give everyone an equal background chance, from every background, the same chance. And what I mean by that is I wanted people who had both work experience or not work experience to still be able to apply to this with us, because we really love mentorship and mentoring people here at AsyncAPI, which is one of the main reasons why I'm still here happily working at the initiative, just because of how much mentorship really matters to a lot of the people that are main contributors here, core contributors. And so I wanted to be able to have that same spirit of mentorship very easily seen and available via, only asking 3 questions, which, as you can see, these questions really allow anyone to be able to contribute to the interview. And it's not about whether you're more technically savvy or you're more senior. For example, first question, how do you want to grow as a technical writer? I would hope that no matter how senior you are or how amazing an architect you might be, that you are always aware that we always have to grow. There's always something we need to grow in, something we need to learn, whether not just as a personal growth as people, but obviously always in our technical growth. I hope that we never think that we know everything, right? So I wanted to see how aware these candidates were of their areas of growth, because that's very important when you think about in a candidate. The second question is, how would you like to give back to open source if you're selected? And here it is, especially because this is an open source initiative, I really wanted to make sure that the candidates selected were people that genuinely had the maturity and the ownership of understanding that whatever they may contribute to open source projects is not about them. It's about how your work can help the community around you. And I wanted to make sure that our candidates eventually selected understood that, because otherwise it's not going to work, right? So, third question, what project do you prefer to join? Because essentially for GSoD, we really wanted to finally start growing out our new content buckets of tutorials, concepts, and tools. And so I wanted to know kind of like where people stood, because I wanted to place candidates in an area that they would be genuinely excited to work in. I don't want any candidate to feel, oh man, I got the boring task. Oh, I drew the short straw, as some people say, in I think the U.S. I don't know if that's a worldwide thing or not, but anyway, I didn't want anyone to feel like, oh, I wonder if I'll get good luck or bad luck in assignments. No, I wanted people to have a choice in the selection of their assignments, because that's how people can be happy at their work, right? So I would ask them, do you want to grow tutorials and content buckets, or do you want to help grow our tools content bucket? And depending on how they responded was eventually how they were placed, or at least the 6 folks that were selected. So in the end, I'm super excited that because of the diversity and huge amounts, and I mean huge amounts of diverse candidates that applied, we ended up very easily being able to select 6 quality, awesome candidates. And so we ended up with Thuli, who's an amazing mother from Cape Town, Florence, a student from Kenya, Karuna, student from India, Nelson, oh my goodness, another awesome person from Nigeria, and then Anisat. So those 2 folks, both folks from Nigeria. Anisat is also a mother, and funnily enough, she's currently right now and will be at the time of the conference in the United States, because she won this place in a master's program in the US. So we're very proud of Anisat. And well, we're proud of all of them, of course, don't get me wrong. Anyway, moving on. And amazing Pratik from India. Pratik and Karuna are just absolutely hilarious. I love them both. And we love them all. They're all just so amazing. And I really love that they've really done their best to learn and start contributing to the open source community. So I think we're all very lucky to have their contributions. And so yes, that tweet did perform very well. As you can see, we had over 45,000 impressions. It was unexpected. Over 2,400 engagements. And I mean, I guess that's why we had over 200 applications, right? If we over 2,500 people interacted with it. All right, so let's move on and actually talk about what changed in our information architecture. So as you can see via this mind map, this is the new information architecture that we now have thanks to our work this year so far. Now we clearly have content buckets defined with different purposes, right? We have concepts, tutorials, guides, reference, and tools. What do we have in reference? Well, our API spec, of course. Tools, well, we would put all of our tools there. Eventually it won't just be, Modelina or, the generator tool is what we're currently working on for GSoD. We want to add the CLI. We want to add all of them, but you get the idea. We're very excited about this because now there's a clear understanding of where to find information as a user depending on what your question is, what your area in your question is. For example, concepts is going to be used for defining and explaining visually with diagrams, the new diagrams that we now have, each API spec term. So we will have a page to define producer, a page for server, channel, application, etc. So one for each one. And there's actually a couple of them that have been live even since before the conference started. So you may have seen them, some of them live already, but we'll talk more about them in a moment. And also tutorials. We already had a tutorials, content before, but we didn't really have that content bucket specifically outlined in our website for our documentation. So now we do have that. And we ended up actually majorly rethinking and restructuring the tutorial section this year at GSoD. And I'm so excited to share with you what those changes were in just a few more slides. Moving on to guides. So a guide is different from a tutorial. A tutorial takes you from point A to point B. For example, I have my computer in front of me and I have no code written in front of me. But at the end of this tutorial, I want you to walk me through step by step how to build my first React application, whatever, something like that. Versus a guide doesn't actually guide you step by step into building or doing something at the end. A guide is instead more of a visual, bigger picture kind of document. A guide teaches you the capabilities and the features of your technology. Let's talk a little bit more about that, because I do find that often that does trip writers up, and not just writers, product managers in the world of enterprise absolutely get confused constantly about the difference, and you see it in their documentation. Whoopsies. Definitely engineers get confused about the difference. Writers get confused. This is a problem all around. So let's talk about this. Okay, Alejandra, can you please help me understand really the difference between a tutorial and a guide? Well, you know what? I'm like to always explain this by talking about grilled cheese sandwiches. Yes, I honestly believe that a grilled cheese sandwich will be what can best help you understand. All right, so let's start with the tutorial. I did say that a tutorial was step-by-step instructions for going from point A to point B. For example, if you say, Alejandra, please write me a tutorial for how to make a grilled cheese sandwich. I need a tutorial. Here you go. So I'm going to write out, every single step. I'm going to tell you, take out all of the ingredients. And, if this was in a PowerPoint slide, I would actually list out every single ingredient, but, trying to keep it succinct to the point here, right? Then the next step would be grab, maybe a frying pan, turn on the stove. Oh, butter the bread slices. All right, put the cheese slices in between each bread. And then, you place that over the frying pan until the cheese melts, and then you take it out and at the end of this tutorial, I have a completed, amazing, delicious grilled cheese sandwich. So if you were to come to me instead and say, but Alejandra, how about a guide? Well, a guide? Yes. What would be a guide for grilled cheese sandwiches? What would the difference be? Oh, okay. That's a really good question. So a guide for grilled cheese sandwiches would instead explain at a high level. So again, big picture here. At a high level, the capabilities and the features of a grilled cheese sandwich. So, what is a capability or what is a feature of a grilled cheese sandwich? Okay, well, is a grilled cheese sandwich capable of being cooked with different tools? Is there only one tool that can be used to make a grilled cheese sandwich? Well, no, of course not. Maybe you don't want to use a frying pan. Maybe you have one of those fancy sandwich, you know what I'm talking about, those little fancy sandwich contraption thingies. Clearly, I don't own one myself, or I would know the name for it. Sandwich maker? I don't know. So, okay, we agree. There are different tools that you can use to make a grilled cheese sandwich. So, that's a capability, I guess, of the grilled cheese sandwich. What are some features? Well, can I add more than one kind of cheese to my grilled cheese? Oh, yes, you can. Hey, you want maybe a triple cheese sandwich? There you are. Hey, you know what? Can I have ham? Yes, we can absolutely add ham to your grilled cheese sandwich. Maybe you're wondering though, okay, Alejandra, I don't know if you have this feature or not, but this one really matters to me. I need to know, will you be adding a feature to make a grilled cheese sandwich with bacon? Oh, my friend, I have good news for you today. That feature is available. Yes, it is. You can absolutely put bacon in your grilled cheese sandwich. All right, boom. So we have a guide now for grilled cheese sandwiches, and we have tutorial for making a grilled cheese sandwich. So now I think, okay, a little bit of maybe a lot of fun, but you know what? I think that now it's definitely visually a lot more understandable, the difference between what the purpose of a tutorial is, what the user needs from a tutorial versus what the user needs from a guide. And you're welcome for making this fun. Moving on. Docs homepage before and after. So I'm excited to share with you that now our current Docs homepage looks completely different from the way that this looked like, even just beginning of this year, I believe, or last year. As you can see, we didn't even have a homepage explaining to you as a user the different learning paths that you might choose to take depending on your goal. As you can see, we had a getting started section that seemed to be separate from the tutorial section, and then there was specification and something called community, which had tooling inside of community. It didn't really make a lot of sense versus now, we have awesome, amazing 5 clear content buckets. And this would only be possible, again, thanks to our GSoD interns. As you can probably remember, potentially, hopefully, the documentation menu changed as well. So what you're looking at, at the top is what we currently have versus what was there before. As you may or may not have noticed, potentially, though, this is a little bit harder to notice unless you're really testing things on our website constantly, like some of us are. The interaction also changed. So Docs is unique in that not only can you hover over it to get the sub-navigation, but you can also click through directly to the homepage of the Docs by clicking on the word Docs, the Docs item menu, which is different from, what we have in tools, for example, or community. So we have a unique interaction functionality there, which of course was necessary because we actually have a homepage for that documentation page, AsyncAPI.com/docs. Now, here's the exciting changes coming up for the tutorial section. As you may or may not remember, now we have an overview that details the purpose of each content bucket. And then we have what makes more sense, our quick start, which in this case is our getting started tutorial. And currently, we had, at least at the time of my recording this, the streetlights tutorial, streetlights interactive tutorial as well. Well, at some point in our community work, some of us, Lukasz, had an idea, and he says, oh my goodness, you know what? What if instead we finally kind of divide this into 4 main ideas, 4 main things that people can do with AsyncAPI, and the 4 common things that people ask us, how do I do this? So, of course, if you're active in AsyncAPI with AsyncAPI already, you might already know that those 4 top things were, here they are: creating an AsyncAPI document, validating that document, generating code, and of course, validating the code kind of messages/events. Now, I had, and a lot of the folks in the community, honestly, beforehand, already for a while, kind of noticed that these changes needed to come. So we were definitely very excited when Lukasz proposed dividing it under these 4 new ideas. and more on that to come. We also now have, of course, diagrams, which we did not have before. And so now you kind of see what we, have in the Markdown. It's basically Markdown generated diagrams. And then you see what it looks like when it's live on the website. It looks awesome. And so now all of our concept pages, at least to start, have at least one diagram each, although most of them have two. Now, I know some of you are wondering, hey, what's left for GSoD 2022? Well, right now, we are still, making those changes to the Streetlights tutorial. And we have all of our lovely interns, with a lot of pull requests out for new concept pages. There's, they're working on feedback. And we have a lot of folks that are also working on tutorials. And so at the end, what we're going to end up with, the goal being at the end of GSoD, which should be end of November, perhaps early December at the most, we're going to have not just the overview and getting started, which we already have, but now instead following that, we'll have tutorial for create a AsyncAPI document, validate a AsyncAPI document, generate code, and validate code messages and events. And of course, we have so many more things we want to add. Eventually, I want to add another subsection in tutorials for protocols, because we know that we want tutorials of AsyncAPI with Kafka and WebSocket, et cetera, et cetera. But at least for GSoD 2022 this year, now we will have these clear actions that a user can learn. And the tutorials will be much more tailored. So we're very excited about this. And thank you, Lukasz, of course, for the amazing ideas. Now, the goal for concepts should be that at the end, we want to end with not just server and producer, which are currently live as of, this recording, but we also want to end up with ideally 90% of the spec terms, if not all. So at our minimum goal is to have server, producer, consumer, protocol, channels, application, and message. But our stretch goal is to also have bindings. So that would be all the spec terms defined and illustrated. Big thank you to all of the folks who have been also reviewing and giving amazing, long, detailed feedback to all of our work for GSoD, because without those reviews and without that feedback, we wouldn't be able to eventually move this to get merged and live to help our community. So, as you can see, there's been a lot of work done. You may remember we have our 6 lovely GSoD interns. They had to learn literally everything from scratch. All of these folks had never worked with AsyncAPI, and they had never worked with event-driven architecture. So very, very much so, all of this was new to them. So I'm personally very proud of how they undertook the huge learning of onboarding and having to process so much information. They also onboarded right before we made a lot of these major information architecture changes, both with the help from design contributors like Missy Turco or developer contributors like Maciek, and I believe Akshat might have also made some changes. And not that it was GSoD specific, but he, for example, helped add the feedback card, which is just what we needed for our documentation. So yes, besides GSoD, we had contributors from design, we have contributors from docs. Yours truly. Not just me, of course. We have a lot of people who contributed docs, but anyway, you know what I mean. If you know, you know. And of course, a lot of contributors from development as well. We are very excited that we were, first of all, selected for GSoD 2022. We weren't sure because, of course, it's hard competition. More than 100, if not more than 200 people applied to GSoD at Google itself, us initiatives in open source. So definitely thanks to Google for selecting us and the grant money that we are now going to be able to give to our GSoD interns at the end of the GSoD internship. And I'm very excited that we're able to give them something for their contribution. So yes, I hope that now you folks are a little bit even more excited to contribute to docs. Next year, my dream, my goal is to apply to GSoD 2023, and now I want to pitch them instead of a information architecture flip. I want to pitch to them that we should just finally enhance ourselves and build our AsyncAPI learning platform. And so that's what I want to pitch for next year. So if you are already excited about what we were able to do with our lovely contributors for AsyncAPI community during the GSoD program, and you're excited to see what could happen next year, well, now you kind of know what we're thinking about. We're thinking about a learning platform. So if you want to volunteer or help mentor, like now it's the time to reach out to me. Don't wait till the last minute. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you.
This was an amazing presentation by Alejandra. Incredible energy. So I don't know about you, but I was totally excited about the work that you have done and the team. So congratulations for amazing progress and this beautiful presentation, Alejandra.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish that I had had better lighting, but you know how that goes.
Okay, so we have at least one question coming from YouTube by Abir Pal, and the question is how you approach it on building documentation architecture from scratch. I think you already replied on Slack, but maybe folks in YouTube are curious. So how do you approach the architecture?
Oh, for sure. Thank you. So that's a really good question. And what Abir asks is what you should start asking from the very beginning. So I told him that we follow currently the architecture patterns from the Diataxis methodology. And then, we could share this link in YouTube if one of the hosts could help us share the link that I put there in Slack. And essentially what it is that it starts with at least 4 main core content buckets, which were the ones that I was, talking about today in the presentation. And you just decide which area to start writing documentation depending on your needs. Obviously, onboarding is the important first stuff to do. But after that, either your community and open source decides for you, kind of like what to start writing about first. And then, or if you're an enterprise, it's your product manager who usually kind of ends up deciding that. And then you just, naturally, as new features come in, documentation gets thrown out as well to document the new things that the technology does.
Super interesting. I already copied the link of the Ataxis to take a look, a calm look about how it works. I have my personal question for you. So you shared this incredible response you had with the request to get volunteers with the Intern program. So what was the more challenging aspect of the whole experience, but something to say about that, apart of having to make 100 interviews in 1 week?
What was the most challenging part? I think I'm gonna be honest. There were definitely quite a few characters that applied for an interview that as I interviewed them, I thought I am wasting my 30 minutes right now because they just had a very bad attitude. Things like arrogance, for example, they just expect that obviously that you're going to pick me, obviously. So, with those kind of people, I was like, yeah, oh God, there goes my 30 minutes. I think that was really about it. And then, yes, of course, I was super tired at the end of 100 calls. And I forgot, I also lost my voice. That also helped.
I can imagine. Okay. I think we don't have more questions. Is there something you want to share before we wrap up for today and we free everyone?
Yes, I just want to encourage everyone that if you've thought about contributing to docs and you haven't done it yet, to not be discouraged if, like Florence said earlier, where she got 70 plus feedback comments. That's just the way it is, whether you're writing code or you're writing docs, it just happens. But like if you want to try it out, like please, like don't be shy, come on over. And it doesn't matter what your level is, as long as you're reliable and you really do your best to get it done right for the community to help everyone, like then we're excited to work with you and help you grow as an open source technical writer.
Thank you very much, Alejandra, and thank you everyone for staying with us for today. We are going to wrap up and see you tomorrow at 12 UTC on YouTube. So we hope you take some rest and we hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye, Alejandra.